He called yesterday and asked, she can come, but she's not presenting on her facts.
Oh, that's all we have to work on. You don't have to be scared now.
We'll call the January 6, 2026 Williams County Board of County Commissioners meeting to order. Beth, will you take roll?
Barry?
Here.
Steve?
Here.
Bo?
Here.
Chris?
Here.
We have a quorum. We will proceed. If everybody please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, item C, consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Discussion? Beth, roll call.
Barry?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Corey?
Yes.
Bo?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Motion carried. Brings us to item D, which is public comment. This is the spot on the agenda that's reserved. If there's something that's not on the agenda further down and anybody wants to address the board, now is the time. No? Okay. That takes care of that. We are going to go ahead and get into item E, planning and zoning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Cameron Heimer, Development Service. The first item under the planning and zoning is for Bull Butte Township. That was brought to my attention by the county auditor that they were seeking to speak to the board this morning in regards to our zoning ordinance, more specifically setbacks for wind energy facilities or wind farms. I believe someone should be here to speak on that behalf, but just prior to that, I just wanted to make the board aware our current ordinance, current setback requirements are 1,400 feet from any existing structure, but a variance can be granted upon by the Board of County Commissioners upon recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission, provided the permittee and affected landowner sign a waiver agreement. And I would let them speak, and if you had any questions for me, I'd be more than happy to come back up.
Okay, thank you. Somebody from Bull Butte prepared something. When you come up, just make sure you introduce yourself for the record. And I believe we've got a sheet there. If you go ahead and write your name in so we can get it spelled right.
Good morning. Thanks for listening to us this morning. We'd like 1 mile setback, a variance for the
Jim,
township.
you want to go ahead and state your name so everybody else can know who you are too?
Okay. James Horan. And I wrote it down. That's why I forgot it.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, don't do that. Write it after. So, but yeah, we want that mile setback for occupied and unoccupied farmsteads, just because of the fact, I guess somebody wants to move into the community. They don't want to move in next to a tower or whatever. I don't think. Some people might, but I think most people won't or whatever. So we're trying to look out for the future generations that might want to build a house on one of these farmsteads or something, might not have the funds to do it now. And I think everybody that lives in our township now, I don't think they'd we've talked to them all, and nobody wants a tower within a mile of their farmstead. And I guess we just kind of like to ask yourselves if you'd want one within a mile of your house, I guess. So we're requesting a variance for the 1 mile setback of the towers.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions from the board? Steve, did you catch all that?
Got it loud and clear.
So would this have to go, we would approve this or forward it on to planning and zoning, or is this the? We've been to planning and zoning already.
This would be for us to grant a variance. Is what you're requesting is a variance for the setback of 1,400 feet, correct? Is that am I understanding it right?
Well, the variance would typically be specific to an item on the agenda. And since this is just from what correct me if I'm wrong, I believe they're asking that the board direct staff to update our zoning ordinance as a whole to change the 1,400 foot setback to 1 mile. So really, if that's is or isn't what the board is asking staff to do, we would just take direction from the board on whether we need to start reworking the ordinance and change it as a whole.
Cameron, how would that work with with something that's already in the system and it's already gone to planning and zoning and those things? Are they asking? I mean, could we do it retroactive, or is it kind of we're kind of behind the 8 ball on that, aren't we?
Yeah, so typically with any amendment to the zoning ordinance, as we would work on that, of course, it does take a little bit of time for staff. We have legal review any amendments too before we bring it in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission and the County Commission. However, if somebody has already applied, the standards that are currently in our ordinance is what they would be held to, not something that would change in the middle of the process. And so, for example, Apex Energy has already applied. So if we were to amend our ordinance, it wouldn't apply to their project.
And we're just requesting it for our township, not the whole county, I guess, because we can't do it for the whole county, just our township.
I think what Cameron's saying is it's a request to change the planning and zoning ordinance because you guys don't have your own planning and zoning because it's all one planning and zoning that takes care of the whole county, which is all the townships. So it would have to change all of them to the 1 mile per your request.
I guess, Karen, do you have any thoughts here?
I guess I would just sort of reiterate what Cameron said, really. I mean, typically when we have amendments to our zoning ordinances, we go through the Planning and Zoning Commission, they review it, maybe direct staff to draft amendments, proposed amendments, and then it comes to the board after the Planning and Zoning Commission reviews it. So, and like Cameron said, that any amendment to our zoning ordinances wouldn't affect anything that's already been submitted to the county, so for review. So in terms of like just doing it to Bolt Butte, our zoning ordinances cover all townships, really. We don't really have zoning ordinances that apply to one township versus a different ordinance that applies to another township. It just applies to all townships across the board. So
there's never been a township seek a variance from an ordinance that we have. I mean, to me, the ordinance has a setback in there. If a township comes and requests a variance from that ordinance, I mean, is that nothing that's ever been done?
I believe a variance has been asked in a particular project, but not sort of like something that covers everything, really.
So another question. If this was to be entertained, would the setback almost have to be pertain to everything, like oil type activity, or can it be specific?
Well, I guess if you're going to do this, it could be specific. It doesn't have to apply to everything. It could be something to specific structures, really. So,
yeah, go ahead.
Well, we've included our minutes, and we want the 1 mile setback for wind and solar farms. Nothing in agricultural or oil field or anything. It's pretty specific.
Okay. Okay, is there any other questions?
So if this were to happen and it was countywide, any future development could come in for a variance to be closer than the 1 mile if the landowner would approve, then it'd be just like it is right now. They can be closer if they're granted a variance. So it's just the fact that we're setting the perimeter at a mile instead of 1,400 feet, right?
Correct. Yeah,
think so
variances
too.
are usually specific though to a specific item on here, but anybody could come to the county commission as long as they qualify for the criteria for a variance. And if they don't, they can always come to the county commission for an appeal to the zoning ordinance or to staff's decision to seek, let's say, for example, if it was setback distances, to seek a closer distance.
Okay, is there anyone else that wishes to talk to this specific item? If there is, please come up, introduce yourself. Yeah, he's going to come up.
Good morning, Commissioners. John McMaster. I'm a resident of Williston, lifetime. I was kind of puzzled that Bull Butte Township came up with their minutes and they disagreed with this project. My family owns property in sections 1, 2, and 3 of Bull Butte Township. And so I took a close look at the minutes and saw also on the website for the county that 3 of the supervisors have homes in Williston. And you have to reside in the township to be elected as a township supervisor. And I question the legality of their membership on this board. I've never been to a meeting, nor have I ever received written notice of any type of meeting or any other action in Bull Butte Township. But for example, Jim Horab lives across the street from me. He has a condo there. And Ron Miller is a high school classmate of mine. I've known him forever. He has a condo at the other end of the complex there. Mr. Sutton, I don't know him. He has a home here in Williston. But I dug a little further, and each one of these 3 gentlemen claimed the Williston property as their primary residence as far as the state tax commissioner is concerned. This is all public record. Anybody can look up anybody's property and their taxes. So last year there was a $1,500 credit available for homeowners. And each one of those 3 gentlemen claimed their Williston property as their primary residence. So you can ask your legal counsel if that's valid or a disqualifying situation. But going back to the minutes of their December 1 meeting, their township has 4 supervisors on the books. Only 2 were present at the meeting. You need at least 3 members to have a quorum. So any action they took at that December 1 meeting, in my view, is invalid. So I don't even think Bull Butte Township is making a valid objection here or a request. That's all. Any questions of me?
Any questions? for
Well,
John?
you said, say that again. There's 3 members on the township board, correct?
Well, on the website, there's 4 for this township. I don't know, the statute requires either 3 members or 5 members, but on the website, there's 4. Okay, I did not know that because
So
it's
there's
still on the website. Then this would apply to 2 out of the 3 members. And that's where I was getting my information. So that website should be updated. That's for sure.
It'll
Right.
get done.
Thank you.
Morning. My name is Cal Storseth. I own farmland in Strandall and Bonetail Township. I have nothing to do with Bull Butte. But my question is, Apex complied with all the requirements of planning and zoning. It was approved by planning and zoning.
This one we're not talking
No,
about.
no, no. But I'm
Apex
saying,
right
no,
now.
I know that. But what I'm saying is the thing came up to have different zoning ordinances for this township. You can't change, it's been approved and now we're going to not approve it because somebody wants to make it, countywide for all townships. So changing the rules at this point when it's all been approved, I don't think is right. I'm not talking about what's coming in the future agenda. I'm saying that they complied with all the requirements to get to this point. And now this point, the county board is being asked to change the ordinance for this specific project when it's already been approved, which they just talked about, that you'd have to go back and change it for future projects, not for a project that's already been approved. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody else have any comments on this specific request? Does the board have any questions? No? Oh,
I guess it's for Karen, and maybe this is going to be a difficult one to answer. Has there ever been a variance requested from an ordinance? Basically, I mean, it's like Cameron said, that usually variances are specific to a project, something that has been filed, gone through the process. Has there ever been a variance granted for an ordinance of this kind? And is it legal, I guess?
Well, yeah, I've got, generally when a variance is granted, it's a variance from the ordinance. And so anytime a variance is granted, it's a variance from the ordinance. So I'd have to say yes, because this board has granted variances in the past. So for a specific project though.
So if there was a motion today that said we would grant Bull Butte Township a variance from this ordinance for wind tower project setbacks, would that apply to the Apex project?
Well, Bull Butte would probably have to go through planning and zoning staff. If they're asking for a variance, they'd have to go through planning and zoning division to apply for the variance, really. I mean, my understanding is they weren't requesting a variance, even though he said the word variance. They were requesting an amendment to our current ordinances. So,
Well, either way, that's what I'm trying to get flush out. Either way, there would have to be a process in order to do this. So if they wanted to request a variance from the ordinance, which I mean, I'm feeling like it hasn't ever been done this way before. Am I correct? Other than for a specific project, like.
yes, that's my
Okay.
understanding. Yes.
So either we request a variance from the ordinance, has to go through the process,
Ye-
or a request to change the ordinance has to go through a process.
Yes.
And that's where I'm at, commissioners. I understand the spirit of what Bull Butte is presenting to us this morning. However, I'm just not sure the due process has been followed in this.
okay. With not seeing other comments on this one, I'll turn it to the board. I believe we're going to need a motion on this to make a decision.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to deny the zoning ordinance amendment request from Bull Butte Township.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I have concerned that if we were to have accepted this, and it was deemed that they are not valid board members, that we would have a mess there as well. So I would be concerned about that.
Okay. Anyone else? I see the lights coming on and then they go off. So I don't want to stop if somebody's got something else.
No, and I totally understand what Bull Butte wants to do, and I agree with it. However, I believe the process we have has to be followed. I mean, we have and if you were not informed of that process, then that would be our fault. But typically, this all has to be applied for. It has to come through the channels, and because I feel like if we were to approve it today, that there would be 6 or 7 more townships that may stand up at the same time, but provided they had proper documentation and whatnot. So, I mean, it pains me to say that, but I think that there's no other way around it but to go through the process.
Anyone else?
And whether it passes or not, I guess, but that doesn't mean that they can't start the process to go through planning and zoning to get this accomplished. But I don't know if it's going to happen this morning. Correct? Or that's my take anyway.
Sure. Okay. No other comments? Beth, roll call. It's already to the board. I'm sorry.
Steve,
Yes.
Corey,
Yes.
Bo,
Sorry, Beth, just to clarify, this is to deny, correct? Yes. Yes.
yes. Did you say yes?
Yes, correct.
Chris,
Yes.
Barry,
Yes.
Motion carried. Okay. Now we go to item 2.
Good morning, Michelle Haugen with County Planning and Zoning. The first item we have today is LU-0096-25, which is Mason Moe, who is requesting a conditional use permit to park his commercial vehicles on the subject property. This is located in the northwest of Section 28, Township 155 North, Range 102 West, which is Mont Township. They did recommend denial of this project in the present form. They do feel that Mr. Moe could be allowed to use his property in their manner requested for a limited amount of time and suggested approximately 6 to 9 months. The applicant is requesting a conditional use permit to park his commercial business vehicles and trailers on the subject property. The applicant anticipates no more than 10 trailers, 2 semis, and 5 pickups parked on the property overnight. The vehicles and trailers would be utilized during the day, and not all of the items would remain during daytime hours. The subject property is within the rural residential zoning district and consists of approximately 39.09 acres. The applicant had called our office inquiring about parking a couple vehicles on the property overnight. With what was advised to us, we did not feel it should be an issue. However, a complaint has come in to our office regarding the number of vehicles and trailers being parked there. After completing a site visit, it was determined the overnight parking was more extensive than what was anticipated by staff, and we advised Mr. Moe it would be necessary to go through the conditional use permit process. Access to the subject property can be taken off of 145th Avenue Northwest, which is also known as County Road 1, or off 56th Street Northwest, also known as County Road 6. On December 18th, when the Planning and Zoning Commission heard this item, they did recommend to deny it in the present as presented with a vote of 9-0. They did, however, recommend to approve a shorter conditional use permit to expire on July 1 of 2026 to allow the applicant to make it through the winter and to find a new location for his vehicles with a vote of 9-0.
Thank you. Is the applicant present? No. Okay. Anybody have any questions?
So he has a trucking business, or what is the,
Yes, I believe it is a trucking, like a hot shot type business. When he did call our office, it made it sound like there was only going to be a couple pickups, maybe a trailer or two at one point in time, not the extent that is out there.
but he does not live on the property?
He does. Yep. Him and his wife live there, and then his sister-in-law and her husband as well.
So in order for them to actually run a business like this out of there, they would have to do zone change and all that kind of stuff?
They would be able to do that with the conditional use permit.
Gotcha. So this is basically buying them time to either go through that process or find a different location.
Yep, correct. So what they, you could approve the conditional use permit with no no time limit, which would allow them to be there indefinitely. The way the Planning and Zoning Commission saw it is that there have been other requests to utilize this property for commercial related businesses, and it had always been denied. However, they felt that with it being winter, they would give them some time to be able to find a new location.
So this expires July 1, is that correct?
The way he applied, it would have no expiration date, but the way that the Planning and Zoning recommended to approve it was with an expiration date of July 1 of 2026.
So is,
Chairman, just a quick, oh, go ahead, Barry. Sorry.
okay. I guess I was under the assumption that you can, if it's his property and he's living there, you can run your sole proprietorship business, correct? I mean, I'm assuming there's lots of people around that are self-employed or work.
With a commercial type business such as this, it doesn't fit into that zoning district, even if it is incidental to being a primary residence. And with the complaints, especially from a neighbor about it, it was one thing that we said, well, you should probably come back. Normally, businesses that are run from rural residential daycares, things that aren't going to have a big impact on a rural residential location.
Yeah, if I may add, Cameron Heimer, Development Services. What Michelle said, it's typically if it's something that doesn't change the scope of the property, the scope of the neighborhood, is I believe how our ordinance, it's not word for word, describes that. So as Michelle said, there's certain home occupations that we don't regulate that are allowed to be done out of a home. But if they do change the scope of the property, and of course, when we receive complaint calls, that's when we follow up and let them know what the correct mode of action is to be able to do that.
My question is, as I'm looking at these pictures, unless it's more than what I'm seeing in the pictures, it looks like what I would see on some farm properties. Especially if you're hauling bales, I don't know, some flatbed trailers and some trucks. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but this doesn't seem so out of the ordinary from a typical farmstead.
I agree with Steve.
Is there some additional information with regards to the nature of the complaint? Is this isn't potentially just a feud between neighbors, is it?
Commissioner Henson, I believe that the public comment that is in the packet was also the same gentleman that had called in to complain about it. And he had his concerns listed in his public comment or the letter that he provided. To speak a little bit on the business type, yeah, this certainly wouldn't normally be on our radar, something of this scope. However, the property owner was honest and he let us know that it is for a hot shot oil company. Typically ag related equipment is exempt. We won't enforce or can't take any action if there are ag related semi trucks and trailers that are on a property. But the owner did let us know that this was related to a hot shop type business. I believe the gentleman that complained also had some concerns of the past owners of the property had tried different oil field type businesses out of that property through the planning process and were always denied. And so I think his concern was as other folks tried to do it the right way, they were denied, and then these showed up on the property related to an oil field business, and our office received the call.
Understood. I see it now. Thank you for pointing it out.
So the recommendation from planning and zoning was approve with conditions. One of those conditions is an expiration date of July 1.
That is what they did recommend for approval with that expiration date.
Well, I would make a motion to approve following planning and zoning recommendations for LU-0096-25.
With the expiration of July 1, 2026.
Yeah, I'm just looking to verify to make sure that I read it here somewhere, so.
Yeah,
But
just
correct.
Yeah, I read it off there. Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Is there a second? Third and final time. Is there a second?
Second,
Okay, it's moved and seconded. Any discussion?
well, yeah, because I just don't. There's all kinds of independent owner operators, or what small businesses that live out in the country. That I guess I was thinking that they were, they weren't doing anything wrong by working out of their residence. So I mean, the amount of truck traffic that would be generated with a couple trucks is, I mean, I know most ag businesses have 5 or 6. I mean, it's hard for me to figure out what's the difference between a hot shot truck hauling a couple sucker rods or a 100,000 pounds of dirt. I mean, what's the difference?
Well, I think in my opinion, it gives them till July 1 to go through the process and figure it out. I mean, is the date is what you're concerned about? Like, should it just be a conditional use permit to operate their family business? Is that what they're calling it, as a family business?
I believe.
Ish.
Yeah, ish.
Okay, but so no, I guess I'd
Well,
say
yeah, just it is a small business, commercial business. I don't think it's per se a family business, but I can't say with 100% certainty. The way they did apply, though, they did apply with the intentions to not have an expiration date. That was just something that the Planning and Zoning Commission did add.
I think the only concern I have is a couple of trucks now, but what if it takes off and now we're talking 10, 20 trucks? The business grows. I mean, then what?
Okay, any other discussion? Any other discussion from the board? Okay, Beth, let's do a roll call.
Corey,
Yes.
Bo,
yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Barry,
No.
Steve,
No.
Okay, motion carried. All right, next item.
Okay, so this next one we have today is LU-0098-25. Richard Sherman with WP North Dakota A LLC is requesting a zone change to the urban residential zoning district and a conditional use permit for multifamily dwellings. The property is located in Lot 6 of Block 3 of the 13 Mile Center subdivision, being within Section 12, Township 156 North, Range 101 West. That is in Tyrone Township. And they did say that they are undecided on their recommendation. However, did state that they will not be responsible for road maintenance or snow removal. The applicant is requesting a zone change to the urban residential zoning district for the approximately 2-acre parcel that is currently within the rural commercial zoning district. The current zoning does not allow multifamily dwellings as a permitted or a conditional use. The applicant is also requesting a conditional use permit to allow for multifamily dwellings within the subject property. This property currently has 6 multifamily units that were previously utilized as employee housing for the travel center located to the south. The previous owners had a hotel-motel license through the state of North Dakota and were able to occupy the buildings under that license. The applicant is the current owner and is wanting to make improvements to the buildings in order for them to be back into productive use. The units have been vacant since the fall of 2023. Access to the subject property is off of the 13 Mile Center Road northwest. And when Planning and Zoning heard this item in December, they did recommend approval for both the conditional use permit and the zone change.
Okay, is the applicant present? No. All right. Is there anybody else that has comments on this? Okay. To the board, what, any questions from the board?
So they're saying they're not going to be responsible to maintain the road in there or snow removal on the road and in their parking lot type stuff?
I believe the township said that they wouldn't be responsible
Oh,
for the,
okay.
yeah.
I missed that. So
Yep, the township,
applicant
but the
would-
applicant would be responsible, yes.
Is that written in the documents?
It is not one of the conditions, but they are well aware that they are responsible for it.
If we make a motion, you could add that as one of the conditions. Okay, what are the wishes of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve LU-0098-25 along with the zone change and put in there the caveat or the responsibility of snow removal and maintenance in their property.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion? Discussion?
This is 13 Mile Corner. Is that correct?
Correct.
The road going in there is it's not on the section line.
Not that I know, not that I'm aware of, no. And I believe even on the plat, when it was recorded, it did say that the county would not accept any responsibility of road maintenance, I believe is one of the things that it says in the plats.
And there was some discussion too about fencing around it, is if it's gonna be multifamily, if there's children or whatnot, with that truck stop being right there. But they, if I remember right, they were pretty adamant that they didn't want fencing, but I mean, I mean, just cause if you put up a split rail fence, I mean, it didn't take very long for the kids to figure out how to get through that too, but.
Correct. And I believe, so since we got the application, we have been notified that this property is going to be resold again to a new owner. So when they take ownership, that new owner will have to come through the conditional use permit process as well. So those are all things that we could add at that time. To add,
Even with the zone change, they still have to come for
they
that?
still do, because with the size of the lot and the location, the zoning still would require a conditional use permit for a multifamily dwelling.
So do we, I mean, do we want to add the fencing onto this conditional use permit?
Well, I guess if we're gonna be visiting this again with the future owner, I guess we can address it then, but as far as I'm concerned, it could just as well be on there right now. That way we don't have to
That
worry about.
correct, because if for some reason potential sale were to fall through,
Yeah, I would amend my motion as such.
You amend your motion to,
Add the fence.
okay, and who seconded that? Steve, are you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion. Everybody's aware of what the motion is, yes? Okay, any other discussion on it? Roll call, Beth.
Bo,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Barry,
Yes.
Steve,
Yes.
Corey,
Yes, motion carried.
okay, this next one we have is LU-0105-25. Michelle Stewart is requesting a variance for a proposed approximately 1 acre lot to remain in the rural residential zoning district. This is located in sublot 1 of Farm Unit 207, being in section 30, Township 153 North, Range 102 West. Trenton Township is undecided on their recommendation for this project. The applicant is requesting a minor subdivision which would create 2 lots. The parent parcel is approximately 3.58 acres and within that rural residential zoning district. The newly created lots would be approximately 2.54 acres and 1.05 acres. The applicant is also requesting a variance for both lots to remain in the rural residential zoning district. This was previously approved on August 5th of 2025 for a conditional use permit to allow for a second dwelling on the subject property. Since that time, the applicant and owners feel it would be best to subdivide and allow the second home to be on its own designated parcel. According to the applicant, both of the newly created lots will have its own septic tank. Access to the subject property is taken off of 43rd Street Northwest. The minor subdivision is currently going through the review process, with the lots to be known as MS 25-0055 and MS 25-0056. Recordation of the plat will be contingent on the approval of the zone change. On December 18th, when Planning and Zoning heard this item, they did recommend approval 9-0.
Okay, is the applicant present? No. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, to the board, what are the wishes?
Make a motion to approve following following staff comments.
I'll second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion? Discussion? Roll call, please.
Chris,
Yes.
Barry,
Yes.
Steve,
Yes.
Corey,
Yes,
Bo,
Yes.
motion carried.
Okay, so these last ones are going to be presented together. However, motions will need to be done on each individual land use application. So this is LU-0099-25, LU-0100-25, LU-0101-25, and LU-0102-25. Which is Homestead Wind LLC, and they are requesting a conditional use permit to construct a wind energy facility, a conditional use permit for a 115 kilovolt transmission line, a variance from the fencing and landscaping requirements, and a variance from the required 1,400-foot setback from existing structures on parcels owned by participating landowners. The location of this project is in sections 25 and 36 of Township 158 North, Range 103 West, sections 10, 13 through 15, 22 through 25, 29 through 34, and 36 of Township 158 North, Range 102 West, sections 19, 30, and 31 of Township 158 North, range 101 west, sections 1, 12 through 13 and 24 of Township 157 north, range 103 west, sections 1 through 7, 9 through 23, 25 through 36 of Township 157 north, range 102 west, section 6 of 157 north, range 101 west, and sections 1 and 2 of Township 156 north, range 103 west. This is located in Climax, Good Luck, Orthel, Strandall, Bone Trail, Blacktail, and Bull Butte townships. Climax Township recommended denial as they felt they did not have enough information to accept it. Good Luck Township recommended denial. Orthel Township, we did not receive any comment at the time. Strandall Township recommended denial solely due to the close proximity of the proposed operations and maintenance facility to a residential dwelling. Bone Trail Township, we received no comment on this item. Blacktail Township recommended approval. Bull Butte recommended denial and wants to see a 1 mile setback from occupied and unoccupied farmsteads. The applicant is requesting a conditional use permit, being LU-0099-25, to construct a wind energy facility. The facility will consist of up to 67 wind turbines. 81 locations are shown on the project map. Underground 34.5 kilovolt electrical collection lines to interconnect the turbines, underground fiber optic cable, a Met tower, temporary LiDAR technology, a project substation, and an O&M facility. New gravel access roads will be built and improvements to the existing roads will be completed. As per the applicant, they state this project has the capacity up to 256.5 megawatts with the potential to have up to 255 megawatts of electricity to be delivered to the grid, which is enough to power approximately 104,000 average American homes per year. The applicant also anticipates approximately $1 million in tax revenue each year going to not only the state and county, but also to Grenora School District, Grenora Fire and Ambulance Districts, and the townships affected. The applicant is requesting a conditional use permit, LU-010025, to construct an approximately 850-foot transmission line to interconnect into the project substation. This transmission line will be 15 kilovolt line. Within the Williams County Zoning Ordinance and Subdivision Regulations, Chapter 6-10-8 requires a 6-foot tall chain link or solid wood or masonry fence to be constructed and maintained around the perimeter of the wind facility. In Chapter 6-10-9, the ordinance also requires a hedge of at least 4 feet in height to be planted and maintained around the perimeter of the fence to provide a visual screen. The applicant is requesting a variance LU-0101-25 from that fencing and landscaping standards within the Williams County Zoning Ordinance and Subdivision Regulations. In Chapter 6-10-10.2 of the Williams County Zoning Ordinance and Subdivision Regulations, it states, all turbines shall be set back from existing structures 1,400 feet. A variance for setback may be granted by the Board of County Commissioners upon recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission, provided the permittee and affected landowner sign a waiver agreement. The applicant is requesting a variance LU-0102-25 for the 1,400-foot setback on parcels owned by participating landowners, with 2 exceptions. The first one being a 1,400-foot setback will be maintained from existing occupied residents, and 2, a 500-foot setback will be maintained from all existing and active above-ground oil and gas wellhead and tank battery locations. In accordance with the ordinance, Homestead Wind has obtained signed waivers from the landowners regarding the setback variance and have provided our office with links to those waivers. At the end of the project's useful life, Homestead Wind will decommission the site within 180 days pursuant to the Williams County Zoning Ordinance and Subdivision Regulations. For decommission, they also must comply with the North Dakota Wind Facility Decommissioning Guidelines found in North Dakota Administrative Code, Chapter 69-09-09, unless waived by the Public Service Commission. When the Planning and Zoning Commission heard this item, they did recommend approval on each item with a vote of 7-1 with one abstaining.
Okay, is the applicant present?
Go to full screen. Just the arrow. All right. Good morning. My name is Matt Ebrel. I am a Senior Development Manager with Apex Clean Energy. I would like to thank the commissioners, the county staff, and all the residents who have come out to listen to us here this morning. Joining me in my presentation this morning will be my colleague Bree Anderson, a Senior Director of Permitting with Apex, and we also have several other Apex team members with us, including Scott Jansen from Development, Nate Wilson from Construction, Jenny Geiger and Sarah Sensabaugh from Environmental, and Anna Hayes and Carson Peterson from Public Engagement. Also joining us are two of our project counsel, Molly Smith and Bridget Duffus from Frederickson and Byron. As mentioned, we are here today to discuss and review our conditional use permit for the Homestead Wind Energy Facility and the two associated variances, as well as the conditional use permit for the short transmission line associated with the project. As a brief overview of Apex, we've been in business for over 15 years and we have more than 400 employees around the country. We primarily develop, build, and operate large-scale wind, solar, and battery storage projects. We have developed 36 currently operating wind and solar projects across the country with a capacity of more than 9 gigawatts. That's enough power for over 6 million homes per year. Most recently, we completed construction of the Bowman Wind Facility a few hours south of here in Bowman County, North Dakota. That is a 207 megawatt project with 74 turbines. Similar to Homestead Wind, Bowman Wind required close coordination with county officials to secure a conditional use permit, building permits, and a road use agreement prior to starting construction. Homestead Wind is an up to 256.5 megawatt wind energy facility. We have secured nearly 25,000 acres that are necessary and needed to build the facilities themselves, and that land has been secured with individual voluntary agreements with 37 separate landowners. As you can see on the map here, the darker lines indicate the project boundaries. All of the dark green area is land that is covered under individual wind leases with Homestead Wind. The 4 parcels in light green are managed by North Dakota Trust Parcel, or Trust Lands, and they are participating in the project, and they will sign a separate agreement after we complete the state permitting process.
The two parcels in orange are covered under an underground cabling easement, and that will connect the northern portion of the property to the rest of the project area through a narrow strip of land used for underground cabling only. Homestead Wind has been in the community for a long time developing this project. We started signing our first agreements and received our first conditional use permit for a Met Tower back in 2015. Over the next few years, we continued to sign more land, and in 2018, we secured a queue position with the Southwest Power Pool. This is a critical first step in eventually being able to connect the project to the electrical grid. From 2018 through 2025, we completed several environmental studies in and around the project area, as well as a geotechnical investigation to evaluate subsurface conditions and assist with the design of the foundations that will support the turbines. Earlier this year, we completed our site control, which allowed us to finalize the design and layout for the turbines. In June of this year, we signed our generator interconnection agreement with Southwest Power Pool and Montreal Williams Electric Cooperative, who owns and operates the local transmission facilities. As part of this agreement, Homestead Wind committed to spending more than $32 million to upgrade and improve the local transmission facilities here in Williams County. This fall, we filed our turbine locations with the FAA, and in November, we submitted our application to the county for a conditional use permit. On December 18th, as noted, we received a 7-1 vote for the recommendation to approve the project from Planning and Zoning. Upcoming steps include completing the county permitting process here, like we're doing this morning with the commissioners. Part of the county process will require having a road use agreement with the county. The road use agreement will define all the steps necessary that Homestead Wind has to do a pre-evaluation of the roads, perform maintenance and upgrades during construction, to perform a post-construction evaluation of the roads, and then complete any repairs and restoration needed to bring the roads back to at least as good as condition as they were before. An important aspect of that agreement is it must be financially secure so that Homestead Wind can and will pay for all the tasks involved in the road use agreement. We have been negotiating that road use agreement with the state's attorney, and we have agreed upon a general framework. Before that can be finalized, it will need to be reviewed and approved by the commission. We will begin our state permitting process this year, which will involve getting a certificate of site compatibility from the North Dakota Public Services Commission. Part of that process will require us to have an approved decommissioning plan with the state. That plan will outline how all the facilities from the wind project would need to be removed whenever operations cease. Similar to the road use agreement, that also will need to be financially secured so that Homestead Wind can and will pay for all decommissioning tasks. Once that process is complete, we'll return to the county for building permits. And based on this timeline, we anticipate starting construction in the spring of 27 and completing construction and going into operations towards the end of 2028. This project will bring significant local economic benefits. We had a third-party expert prepare a tax estimate report for us that's been shared with the commission. And that shows that this project would generate over $35 million over its lifetime, with nearly $14 million of that staying locally here in Williams County. That money would be distributed to the various tax entities here in the county, but we did want to highlight the benefits to Granora Schools, which would receive over $6 million over the lifetime of the project, which equates to approximately $1,250 per student per year. And would like to note that is the net amount that comes to the schools after taking into effect the deduction to the state aid formula from local revenue. Additional benefits include creation of construction jobs here, as well as an increase to local tax base during that period. The creation of up to 4 full-time, long-term, good-paying jobs for the folks who will operate and maintain our project, and the direct payments of over $60 million to our most important partners in this project, the landowners who have signed agreements with Homestead Wind. I would now like to introduce my colleague, Bree Anderson, who will go into more detail on the applications themselves. Thank you.
Good morning. Growing up in Grand Forks, it's always great when my work brings me back to my home state, especially in the winter. So it's great to be here. As Matt mentioned, my name is Bree Anderson, and I'm the Senior Director of Project Permitting here at Apex. I'm here today to summarize our conditional use permit applications that we filed in November that both Matt and Michelle have previewed. And I want to add some detail on a few topics that were talked about during the public comment of the planning and zoning hearing. In November, we submitted the materials in this binder for the Homestead Wind project. These materials addressed 4 items: a conditional use permit application for the wind energy facility. Associated with the wind project, we're requesting 2 variances: a variance from the fencing and landscaping requirements, and a variance request from the setbacks from existing structures on participating parcels. And the 4th item, a conditional use permit application for the transmission line that will interconnect the wind project into the transmission system. So I'll walk you through each of those 4 items now. Homestead Wind is an up to 256.5 megawatt wind energy facility. The project includes 81 turbine locations. All 81 turbine locations work for the 2 turbine models we're considering: the Vestas V163 and the GE154. Importantly, even though we've included 81 turbine locations in our permit application, no more than 67 locations will be built. The rest of the project facilities include access roads to turbines, underground collection lines that bring power from the turbines to the substation, a meteorological tower, an aircraft detection lighting system, an operations and maintenance building, a project substation, and temporary facilities like laydown yards. So how do we design this project? When we design any wind project, we have to consider several factors, but setbacks might be the most significant constraint, at least in terms of land area. For Homestead Wind, not only do we need to comply with the Williams County zoning ordinance, but we also have to comply with the Public Service Commission's rules. In addition, as I mentioned on the previous slide, we're considering 2 turbine models that are slightly different in size. So where we have setbacks that are based on the turbine size, we've used the larger turbine model so that the setback distance is greater, and to ensure that the layout, all 81 turbine locations, work for both of the turbine models. This is a simple table of the 5 main setback features: non-participating parcels, non-participating residences, participating residences, public roads, and transmission lines, and the setback standards, both Williams County and the Public Service Commissions, that apply to each. I don't think you need to read each line, but I think what is really important are the black circles. Those indicate the larger setbacks of the 2 standards and which we've applied to the project. As an example, if we look at non-participating residences, which is the second line in the table, Williams County requires a setback of 1,400 feet. The Public Service Commission requires 3 times tip height, which for the 2 turbine models we're considering is just over 1,900 feet. We've cited turbines nearly 1,000 feet more than the larger of these 2 setbacks for non-participating residences. Let me say that different. The closest non-participating residence to a turbine is nearly 2,900 feet away, double the Williams County zoning ordinance. And that's intentional. As you heard from Matt, we've been developing this project for nearly 10 years, and we've heard from this community the importance of siting turbines away from residences. The way we've cited the project means we've applied both the Williams County and the Public Service Commission standards and exceeded them where we can, while also balancing the interests of our participating landowners who want to host turbines. As you heard from Matt, the Homestead Wind project consists of nearly 25,000 acres. This is our starting point to then layer on the combination of the Williams County and Public Service Commission setbacks. which look like this. These setback distances are in the Williams County zoning ordinance and the Public Service Commission's rules to ensure that turbines are sited a safe distance from residences, power lines, the traveling public on roads, and non-participating parcels. In addition to setbacks, we've also completed several environmental studies that are discussed in the environmental study report. All 81 turbine locations are sited to avoid impacts to cultural resources, wetlands and water bodies, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service wetland easements, and telecommunications such as microwave beam paths, AM/FM radio, and other systems. I want to pause here because at the planning and zoning hearing, we heard comments about wildlife, so I want to provide some more detail on the work that we've done. We initiated our coordination with North Dakota Game and Fish Department and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in April 2024. In that meeting, we reviewed wildlife studies that we had kicked off and discussed additional studies that to be completed and how those study results could be incorporated into our turbine layout. These included studies on birds, bats, whooping cranes, raptor nests, and habitats such as native grassland, grouse leks, wetlands, and bat habitat. After we completed all those studies, we again met with the wildlife agencies in June 2025 to review the results of the study and the turbine layout. Specific to wildlife, the turbine layout avoids managed lands. There are none in the project area. The North Dakota Park and Recreation Department has provided a letter stating there are no documented occurrences of plant or animal species of concern or significant ecological communities within or immediately adjacent to the project. That letter is in our application. 79 of 81 turbine locations are in cultivated cropland, which are regularly disturbed. The 2 turbine locations that are not in cultivated cropland are on the state trust lands, for which the State Land Board wants to participate. All turbines are sited to avoid wetlands, wetland easements, native grassland, grouse areas, raptor nests, and bat habitat. We have intentionally sited turbines to avoid and minimize impacts to wildlife. And the North Dakota Game and Fish Department agrees. On July 28th, 2025, the department provided a letter summarizing the project's proposed avoidance and minimization measures, noting that they are important in siting a development in a manner least impactful to wildlife. This letter, again, is also included in our conditional use permit application. So in addition to the setbacks and avoiding environmental features, we also have to ensure that we meet the state's regulations for sound and limitations for shadow flicker. All 81 turbine locations are sited such that turbines do not exceed 45 decibels within 100 feet of an occupied residence or community building, and to limit shadow flicker to 30 hours per year at residences. Again, I want to pause here to provide more detail on sound, as we heard several comments at the public and zoning hearing. At that hearing a couple weeks ago, we talked a lot about decommissioning and how the Public Service Commission handles it. Same story with sound. The Public Service Commission sets a standard for which turbines need to be sited, and that standard is 45 decibels within 100 feet of an occupied residence or community building. We've hired a third-party expert to model the sound for the turbine layout in this application. We know that it complies with the Public Service Commission's regulations, even with 4 conservative modeling assumptions. The first assumption, the modeling includes all 81 turbine locations, even though we're not building more than 67. The second conservative assumption, the modeling adds a 2 decibel adjustment factor to the sound power levels. This means that we're modeling the turbines with sound power levels that are 2 decibels higher than the turbine manufacturer specifications. The third assumption, The model assumes that the turbines are always operating at the maximum sound emission, which doesn't happen. And the fourth assumption, the model assumes that all receptors are downwind from all turbines, which is not meteorologically possible. Even with these 4 conservative assumptions, turbines are sited to meet the Public Service Commission's regulations. We're permitting 1 turbine layout here in Williams County, and we're going to permit the same layout with the Public Service Commission. This means that we've done the work to ensure that the turbine layout here in Williams County in this application and later with the state, we know that it works for sound and flicker. I want to make one important distinction about sound. The Public Service Commission monitors sound really closely. In fact, since both the Lindahl and Aurora projects were permitted, the Public Service Commission has lowered or made quieter the sound standard. Those 2 projects had a sound standard of 50 decibels. The Homestead Wind project has a sound standard of 45 decibels. This means that the Homestead Wind project will have turbines sited even further from residences to meet the quieter sound standard than the 2 operating projects in this county. Another topic I'd like to discuss briefly is property values. This has been studied across the country for wind projects, and studies repeatedly show there is no negative impact from wind projects to property values. Let's look at a case study from South Dakota. In response to some wind permit applications in 2017 and 2018, the South Dakota Public Utilities Commission staff hired their own assessor to evaluate this. They were expecting to see an impact. So at the hearings, both the applicant and the state had expert witnesses or assessors to discuss this. The state's expert went to several counties with wind projects and interviewed the county tax assessor and reviewed property sales. He found there was no negative impact of wind turbines on property values. After this expert was called to a couple dockets as an expert witness, the Public Utilities Commission stopped calling him because his findings were consistent. Wind turbines do not negatively impact property values. I've added the 2 dockets here for reference. These are the findings of facts and conclusions of the South Dakota Public Utilities Commission. We've talked about the wind energy facility, so let's talk about the 2 variances we're requesting with it. The wind energy section of the ordinance has 2 provisions for fencing and landscaping requirements around the perimeter of the wind energy facility. We're requesting a variance from these requirements. All of our landowners have signed a waiver stating they do not want the fencing and landscaping, as it would remove additional land from their agricultural operations. It's also my understanding that this requirement did not exist for Lindahl, and it was not applied for Aurora. During our pre-application meeting with county staff, they suggested we request a variance from these requirements as the way to handle it, and so that's what we've done here. The second variance request is from the existing structure setback. The zoning ordinance provides that turbines shall be set back at least 1,400 feet from existing structures. This variance would only apply to participating properties. Just like the other variance, all of our participating landowners have signed a waiver to support this variance request. It's my understanding that the 2 operating wind projects in Williams County also received this exact same variance. I'll make 2 important distinctions with this variance request. Homestead Wind will maintain the 1,400-foot setback from participating residences and will implement a setback of at least 500 feet from existing and active oil and gas facilities. By doing so, the variance really only applies to structures like sheds and barns and silos on properties where landowners want to host turbines. So in coordination with our participating landowners, we respectfully request approval of the 2 variances. The fourth item I'd like to address is the conditional use permit application for the transmission line. As you can see on this slide, this is a really short transmission line, approximately 850 feet, that connects the wind project substation, the yellow box, to the existing Strandall substation. We're here today because wind energy facilities are authorized as a conditional use in the agricultural district in Williams County. In fact, the second line of the wind energy facility section of the zoning ordinance states that its purpose is to, quote, provide a regulatory framework for siting, construction, and operation of a wind energy facility intended to preserve the safety and well-being of residents and facilitate equitable and orderly development, end quote. Homestead Wind is located in the agricultural district, and all turbines are sited to comply with the Williams County setbacks and the Public Service Commission. We're requesting 2 variances associated with the wind project, and our participating landowners support both of those. Lastly, we've cited our transmission line to be as short as possible. We respectfully request approval of the conditional use permit application for the wind energy facility, the 2 variances, and the transmission line. Be happy to answer any questions you might have, and we'll plan to address any comments or questions as needed after the public comments.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions right now? Okay, I'm sure there'll be some, but we'll wait till they come up.
Sure.
All right. Next on this section of the agenda, before we get to the public comment, Ryan Wade is on the agenda, so you can go ahead and come up. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Good morning. My name is Ryan Wade. I live in Good Luck Township. I'm just going to start here, gentlemen, by saying that we have 58 signatures here on a petition against Homestead Wind. I'll be happy to give them to Beth so she can have it for the record. But these are people who live either in or around this project who are against. So I just wanted to let you know that. Let's get to the item that you guys do have. I believe Beth gave this to you. So in the planning and zoning meeting, I believe it was Sarah was up here with Apex, and she was asked about the Eagles or an environmental study. And she said, yes, you can obtain that through the North Dakota Fish and Game. So I went to do that, and the gentleman I spoke to in Bismarck said, you can't have that. He said, when we received that, it was marked confidential. I said, well, that's odd because the gal from Apex said that that was public information and we could obtain it. He said, yeah, I'm going to have to speak to our lawyers here at the Fish and Game because I don't think we can release that to you. So I didn't hear back from him for a little while. And then he did say, yeah, we spoke to Apex and they have agreed to release that. I said, okay, great. I gave my email. And what he sent me was a redacted version of a meeting that they have already spoke about on July 17th of 2024. I thought, man, that's weird. If it's public information, I wonder why, 29 pages of a meeting would have a bunch of this information redacted. So I started calling the number that Homestead Wind has. It actually goes to Bismarck. I did find an address here for an office in Williston, but I went there and there's no office. Nobody was there. So I called that number every business day from December 19th until I think, right after Christmas there, I got a phone call back and they were panicked because they knew I had this redacted information and they said they would get me an unredacted version. And yesterday at noon, I received the unredacted version of the meeting on July 17th in 2024. And they also sent me a meeting from July 17th of 2025. They did that because they were worried that that looked bad, and it did look bad because they said that was public information. And when I went to go get it, I found out that it basically wasn't. And the Fish and Game never actually gave me the unredacted version. It had to come from Apex. The other strange thing is that in order for the North Dakota Fish and Game to get, and this is from the gentleman I spoke to at the North Dakota Fish and Game, in order for the biologists at the North Dakota Fish and Game to get information, they have to go to a shared site that is controlled by Apex. They don't know if they're getting all the information or not. Apex are the only ones that have all of the information from any of the studies or surveys that they have done. Again, that's something that's pretty weird. So those are the things that I wanted to start with. I'm going to touch on some other things, and I'm going to go over them quickly. If you guys have a question, you can stop me and I'll try to answer it best for you. The power that these turbines are going to create doesn't stay here. It goes to the open market. Montreal Williams cannot buy power from anybody but Basin Electric. It's through an agreement that's extremely old. And when they signed that agreement, it was a really good deal because they needed consistent power over here. So many, many years ago, they signed that deal with Basin Electric. And it's a good thing because we get constant power here. And it's been working good for us for a long time. But the power that they're going to create is going to hit the open market. Basin would have to bid for that power in hopes to get it, but they probably won't. Then Montreal Williams would have to buy that power back. That is the only way it would ever end up here. So there's no guarantee we would ever see that power. The money that they're talking about that's going to go to the Grenor School and fire and ambulance, they're kind of making it seem like it's just extra money that they have, that they're giving to that district out of the goodness of their heart, but it's money they have to pay anyway. It's tax money. That money's going there regardless. They have to pay that money. It's not like, hey, we got this money. We're just going to be nice and give it to you guys. It's a funny spinner play on how they're working that thing. I've got a few other things here that I'd like to touch on before I get to something kind of towards the end. That's possibly a legality. The timing of this thing. They did it December 18th for the planning and zoning meeting. There's 2 holidays from then until now. A lot of government employees and government entities that are involved with Apex were either on use it or lose it vacation with Christmas and New Year's, and or they were furloughed. So getting this information has been incredibly difficult. And, you know, whether that was tactical timing by them or not, I don't know, but this information has been tough to get. For 2 years now, they said they've been doing their environmental studies. And over those 2 years, guys, that's 730 days is 2 years. Out of those 2 years, they said they completed 811 hours of study or survey time. That's in your packet. You can find it in there. That equals 101 days if you're considering that an 8-hour day. If you look at the percentage of that, the time they were actually out there and the study time that they did, that's 14% of the time. That's 101 days out of 730. Not very good. The archaeological survey that they were supposed to do and have done is not complete. I spoke to a gal yesterday out of Bismarck. She said they handed one in, but it was incomplete. So they gave it back to them. The archaeological survey is not complete. The northern long-eared bat survey is essentially wrong. They did not give a plan to the United States Fish and Wildlife Service. So the survey they have been doing is a general acoustic survey, not to actually see if the bats are either there or not there. It's just a general survey. And those are the Met towers that they have stationed out in our area. That is also in your packet. You can find it in there. Sorry. The last thing that I'm going to kind of blend this all together here now. There's a general bird fatality rate in the United States that windmills have. And the lower end of that fatality rate is 140,000 birds a year. And I say it's on the low end because, as many of you know, living in this area, what happens to a dead bird when it hits the ground? Raccoon, coyote, skunk, any kind of bird or predator animal that can get it, that's a scavenger, is going to get that animal or that bird, excuse me. So it's really hard to assess how many birds these turbines actually kill. Now, the upper end of that figure is 600,000. 600,000 birds these wind turbines kill a year. And that's going to take me kind of to my last and final point here. It's illegal to either endanger or kill a federally protected bird. Now, when they spoke about the raptors, the one thing they didn't tell you is how many active nests they have found. And they can tell you that. They can't tell you the location, but they can tell you there's 7 active raptor nests within or around this project. Now, raptors fall under eagles, hawks, or owls. Those are all federally protected birds by the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. This is federal stuff here, gentlemen. If you knowingly endanger or knowingly kill a federally protected bird, that's illegal. You cannot do that. If they don't have a certain permit and they kill one of those birds, guess who comes and knocks on their door? Law enforcement. If you guys vote yes today for any one of these, you will be okaying them to go kill federally protected birds under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. Also, if you vote yes, as individuals in or around this project, a group of us are going to contact the United States Attorney in North Dakota. Her name is Jennifer Pohl. We will be seeing if there's any action we can take either against you if you vote yes, or Apex for knowingly endangering and probably killing federally protected birds under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. I don't have anything else. I'm sure you've got questions. If you don't, I will return to my seat, but if you do, I will stay.
Anybody got any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go to the public comment. I think planning and zoning did a real nice job with the public comment. So I believe we'll try to do it much the same that they did. If we can kind of go back and forth, I believe there's going to be some comments from both sides. We're not going to start a timer. Let's try to keep comments concise and get your point across, but we'll try to go 1 for, 1 against. I guess we're ready. Who would like to be the first person to make public comment? Please come up.
James Horb. I guess Bull Butte Township would like to place condition on this project, conditional use project for a 1 mile setback in Bull Butte Township. And we'd like to call it a condition.
Okay, does anybody got any questions? Okay, do you have anything else?
I do.
Okay.
We're concerned about the bond on this project. I think it's only a 5% bond. We think the bond is too low. We think the bond should just about equal construction cost, because I think it'll take as much money as to build it is to dispose of it and reclaim the land once this project is wore out, I guess. And I don't know. I think the bond is awful important because I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember when Art Link was governor of the state. When they came in with coal, they were just going to strip and leave North Dakota, just strip it and leave it like it was. And Art made them put up a bond to reclaim the land after they were done stripping. And I think cleanup is awful important, and I don't think the bond matches that. So I'd like to see you guys kind of raise the bond, the percentage of it. I guess if you could, maybe you guys could table this deal until you could adjust the bond, at least. Take a little time, do it right. I know there's just a deal within the last month in McKenzie County for a solar project, and that board had the courage to deny the permit for that. And I was awful proud of them for doing that. But I guess that's kind of what we got for you. And if you have any questions, I'll try to answer them.
Thanks. Anybody have any questions? Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Cal Storseth. I'm part of the project. Whatever happens today, Bob Arnson is still my best friend. I want you guys to know that. Couple things. About 10 years ago, Montreal Williams Electric contacted me to put a substation on my property, sell them some land, and I said, absolutely, let's do it. Right after that, Western Area Water contacted me to buy land to put a tank on my property, and I said, absolutely, let's do it. Never heard any complaints, no comments. Provide a rural water to the area. So when Apex called me and wanted to buy land for a substation, I said, why not? It's electricity. It's not a toxic waste dump. It's not a casino. It's not a landfill. It's electricity, and we need it. Our grid is vulnerable. I always ask myself when things like this come up, what would my dad do? And my dad would have signed up for this in a heartbeat. And over the next 30 years, they're going to pay me $30 an acre to get my land, whether I get a tower or not. I'm going to get $30 an acre with an inflation clause that's going to pay me for my land to allow me to keep my cash rent low for my renter. So I think it's important that the commissioners think about those things. The Gannor School District sent a letter to the commission in favor of this. They're going to get $6 million, and that money isn't going to happen if this doesn't go through. And I think if you look up, there's a centrally assessed property that happens every year at the state of North Dakota, and they value what transmission lines and wind tower farms are worth, and then they send it back to the county, and the county gets to tax them to generate income for the local commodities or for the local taxpayer districts. So if you're a farmer or if you're a rancher or you're a landowner, what do? You try to get the maximum amount of money you can out of your property. If you're a farmer, you pour chemical to it, you put fertilizer on it, and you hope for rain. I'm a landowner. I keep my rent artificially low because I want my landowner to make it. We need young farmers. There's a lot of young farmers that are part of this project that can utilize this money. If this money would have been available in the 80s when I was farming, I would still be farming. But I was tired of getting disaster payments, tired of getting PIC payments. So I decided, you know what, I'm going to keep the farm and I'm going to take a full-time job. If this would have been available then, the amount of money this would have generated, I could have kept farming, and I didn't. They talked a little bit about, the number of birds, and I love all birds. I love to go out to my farm and see the birds. But you know what? Feral cats kill way more birds than wind turbines. They kill millions of birds every year, the feral cats in this country. And I believe this goes to where my land is, they asked to buy land for a maintenance facility. And they offered two different sites, and I said, no, I'll sell you land here. I want it here. Well, 10 years ago or 15 years ago, one of my neighbors out there sold 20 acres to one of the pipeline companies. I never said a word. I just thought, you know what, that's great. We need development, and we need to have oil, we need to have gas, and we need to have all forms of energy in this state. I never said a word about it, but now I'm going to put up a maintenance facility on land that I own. What if I wanted to put a house shop out there, a big one for a hunting lodge? Would there be any opposition to that, or is it just because it's the type of maintenance facility it's going to be? Because if they would have built that pipeline or that facility for the pipeline, there would have been big tanks and there have been trucks going in and out of there, and I would have never said a word. It's their property; they can do what they want with it, and I think it's economic development. You know, yesterday I came from Stanley all the way to the 13-mile corner, and every 2 miles there's oil wells and oil tanks, and they're beautiful. I love it. We need the oil, we need the gas, we need the electricity, and we need it for economic development. And our grid is vulnerable, and we need this kind of electricity. And they're going to come in and pay 40 landowners over $60 million over the next 30 years. And I signed up for this because this is the right thing to do for a landowner, to keep my land, which is homesteaded in 1914 by my grandpa, in my family. Because otherwise, you know what? The return on investment isn't there. And at some point I would sell it because it's not worth keeping other than a place to hunt. You know, and they talked about, you know, the view of looking at something. Well, you know, I drive around the state and I look at certain things when I was growing up, and I drive by a farmstead with my dad and there'd be junk sitting out in there, but you know what? It's their yard. They own it. You know, I'm not going to call them and say, hey, you need to clean that up. You know, if the county wants to address that, they can do that kind of stuff. And I think it's good for the county. They're going to bring in, what, $35 million, the state, in taxes over the next 30 years. And you can verify all that. You know, people question the dollar amount. Well, you can verify that. And Apex is not going to put phony information out there. I work for a publicly traded company, and every time we publish financial information, it's scrutinized by accountants and making sure that it's accurate. And Apex has been upfront to deal with. I've never had a problem with them. Anytime I call them, they return my calls. I look at, in the last 10 years, and some of the oil companies, and I'm not against the oil companies that I dealt with, and the only thing I get in the mail from them now is a little booklet that says, you know, watch where you dig, 511. I get that once a year from them. They paid me one time and they're gone. And that was great. We were happy at the time. This is going to generate income for the next 30 years for the affected people that live in this area. And North Dakota's got a great resource. I remember growing up as a kid, you'd be outside and the wind's blowing. Oh, geez, it's blowing again. Well, you know what? Now we can capitalize this and we can generate income for the farmers and ranchers that live out there, and especially the young farmers and ranchers that need this money to keep things going, because it's tough. You might have had a great crop last year, but the prices are down. We need this for the county and for the state and the school district and the fire district. And my last thing I got to say here is that I heard this the other day: your property rights end where my property begins, and my property rights end where your property begins. So any questions for me? And again, that little transmission line that they talked about up there, that 800 feet, that Strandall substation is on my property, and Apex is going to put their substation right next to that. So the only thing that's going to happen is they're going to connect that 800 feet. One more thing, Apex has agreed to pay the $32 million for the transmission line to my substation on my property. And if this gets voted down, they walk away. And I drove out to my farm yesterday, and that transmission line has already started. There's poles laying out there. So if this gets voted down, I don't know who's going to pick up that $32 million tag. And Apex, I think, has already paid over 16 or 18 million. If they walk away, it's going to go back to the members of Mountrail Williams to pay for that. And I don't know how they will be able to pay for that $32 million transmission line. And that transmission line needs to be updated. It'll help the wind, but it has to be updated to that substation to provide power to those areas. Thank you. Any questions for me?
Okay, anybody got questions? Nope, thank you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Thanks.
Good morning. I'm Warren Sundin. I live in the west end of Bull Butte Township, and just a couple of things to share relating to the power that's required. And Alex Vornis is sitting back here. I don't know if he's going to talk, but you guys were probably involved when the Pioneer Generation Station was approved for Basin Electric. I'm guessing you guys had to approve that. It's a pretty big deal. I'm guessing you were also involved when the Bison Generation Station that's going to be near Epping was approved. That's probably something you guys had to approve. I looked up the other day just to see what the electricity that those two facilities produce. The public information shows that the Pioneer Station, now that it's been fully completed, is 800 megawatts. The Bison facility, which will be apparently going online in 2030, is 1,400 megawatts. That's 2,200 megawatts, which is literally 10 times what this project is about. So even if you take away all the things about, gee, it's going to ruin our landscape, the idea that this is producing a significant amount of power is ridiculous. And it's a testimony to Montreal Williams and Basin Electric looking at the future and saying, what are we going to use to have stable power in large quantities for this area? They didn't want to do it with windmills. They knew that they had used natural gas, which already was plentiful and which will only get more plentiful given that, according to North Dakota, in terms of how many oil wells we have and how many oil wells there will be, we'll probably have another 20,000 oil wells before this is all done. And if any of you have oil wells that were drilled with new technology fairly recently, you realize the amount of both oil and natural gas that those wells produce. And so I get I've got land and they're going to pay me. I understand that. I guess I would also question though, how many of those folks live out on that land? I do, and you live out on your land. Bo, I live literally 15 miles straight north of you. Today I could wake up and look to the east and see the bright sun coming up. I'm not particularly crazy about there being windmills there. I understand we all have different perspectives on this, and that's fine. But if you look at nothing else other than the amount of power that's already going to be coming online, and again, Alex would know the details of it, but the amount that's going to be coming online or already is online makes this project look like nothing in terms of the amount of power it's going to actually produce. So I'd encourage you to not approve it.
Thank you.
Mike Berg, Bone Trail Township. Several generations there. One sitting back there next to me. We have schools that can need this money. Our young people need this money. You look at every aspect. Well, what could Williams County do with this extra revenue? And it's not boom bust, just like I have said before. It's going to be there every year. So it's something that we can all count on. And fire departments, look at that disaster we had, not very long ago. They need more updates. Fire departments I have a brother that waited almost 2 hours for the ambulance to show up. And we still need some infrastructure there that can take care of our people. We always lack. Right? Let's use this to get ahead. That's about all I got.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for your service.
Thank you.
Bob Arnson. Well, gentlemen, you got quite a decision on your hands this morning, don't you? No matter what your decision this morning is going to be, it's going to be wrong. No matter what. But I'm really curious why we need wind energy when Basin is putting up these huge monster power plants, gas-fired power plants now. So if we're running short, why don't they double the size of these gas plants and use the natural gas that we have available to us today at our doorsteps? Why are we looking at wind energy here in Williams County? Why is our wind so special than Divide County, Montreal County, or McKenzie County? What makes Williams County wind so special? Well, maybe if you look back at Homestead Wind Farm, which is supposedly owned by Apex. Apex is owned by another company called Aris Management. And if you look up Aris Management, they're owned by the three of the largest financial companies in the whole world. So this whole wind thing is just an investment for them. If they don't make their money, it will be sold. Now, you should hear the rumors going around the countryside about this thing. And the one rumor that scares the hell out of me is this thing could possibly get sold to the Chinese if it does not work out. So do we want Chinese in Williams County? Not me. I'm seeing enough of Chinese stuff around in the United States. And another thing too, she said wind tower has 45 decimals. Is that correct? 45? 45. Okay, well, that's one, right? Pardon me? Is that one tower?
I said that the sound standard is 45 decibels within 100 feet of an occupied residence or community building. That's all of the wind towers. The standard is at the residence, not the turbine.
So you're saying,
whoa. We're not going to have a debate right here. You can ask your question,
so
and then they'll
so
answer it afterwards.
67 to 81 wind turbines. We're not even sure. I've heard 67, I heard 87, I heard 79. I'm not sure how many we got. So all these are only going to produce 45 decimals. When you put all of them running, 45 decimals. They were talking at our last meeting, just me talking is 60 decimals. But if you put everybody in this room and start talking at the same time, it's going to go a lot higher than 60. So I think we're getting a little bit misled on 45 decimals. Now, has any of you commissioners took a look at the big book here? Okay. There's a lot of shaded areas in here that should be addressed before there's any approval on this project. To me, this is just getting pushed through, but there's a lot of information in here that's got a lot of gray areas to it. And they should be addressed before there's an approval to this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Kurt Andre, Williams County. Most of you who know me know I'm a pretty staunch individual property rights person. Whatever I do on my land, long as it's legal and I follow the rules and regulations, I'm responsible for. And I think sometimes we get carried away with personalities or whatever's going on. You may not like what somebody painted their house, the turbines. I had somebody who's a very close friend of me in September said that he had heard that there's a huge health issue with turbines. I respect the individual, so I called the North Dakota State Health Department. They said, we have no idea what you're talking about. They asked me where I was from, and the guy says, you should be more concerned about your well sites than your but. So then I talked to my doctor. I've got some health problems, see too many doctors. He goes, I call UND School of Medicine. They do a lot of research. So I called them. They told me to call Mayo. If you ever call Mayo and ask this question, it's going to be 3 weeks before you get a response. But I got a response. And they said they have nothing on record that it's a health issue. Nothing. The additional revenue of this project, I call it a gift horse for us. I agree and I respect the people who disagree with me. I really do. But if we are talking about business development, opportunities, and we start closing down things, Williams County should be concerned. Are we only an oil and gas county? And that's a concern of mine. And I think lastly here is something that's real important to me. I'm an old timer. I own mostly surface acres. My family, my siblings, and own the middle acres. Okay, I pay taxes. They don't have a problem with that. But I have an opportunity to finally get something from the surface acres. And I guess I have a problem a little when people say, that's unfortunate for you. Okay, well, maybe this is unfortunate for them. And I agree, you guys got a tough decision. But the decision, Apex, and they will tell you, I was kind of a jerk with them before I signed. I said, if you force anybody to sign something or whatever, I'm walking. And they've done everything that I have asked. They've at least considered it. And I've been an advocate for the people who live on the property, who don't live on the property. And I have talked to them. They have gone on the siting way past what they needed to do. And part of that is I've been called a jerk over it. And I appreciate that. I want everybody to get along on this. And I think it can be successful. But I think they followed the rules and the regulations from planning and zoning, as I understand it. And I think that helps you guys make a decision. I appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Okay, Ron Ronald Miller. The landowner and that stuff there. The one thing basically, Bull Butte, we did vote against the variance on your ordinance and that stuff for the beautification of around the sites and that stuff there. The land loss item that is going on is minor because each tower has got an adjoining road. So there's that amount of land that's taken out already. There's one thing for in the countryside, the fence for protection for people, vandalism and everything there, and the trees are going to help the environment and people that this out there, the birds and everything else like that. Is question unknown. A lot of the environmental study goes on. We sold rocks. We had to have people come out from the state and walk every rock pile out on the land to see if there was anything historical Indians on that land. And I don't think they've ever even addressed that item there.
how do you go along and start disturbing the countryside when you got the state requires us to check every rock pile for removal, and they're going out. They study the birds and that. I've seen cars sitting out there looking for birds or something like that. There's glasses and that stuff, which is minor because it's a minor deal. But we requested the setback basically for Mobile for future generations. And some of the other countries down, they talk about projects down south. Some of them they had to plant tree rows and that stuff there on their projects, which actually down the road said it was a benefit. I mean, so it doesn't. And I knew some of the new projects coming on around here, they're required to plant trees around that. So it's not a major cost to them there. It's something that we basically need. We need everything in the country to make things beautiful and that stuff there and put it back to halfway to nature. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Scott Johnson, a non-participating member in Bone Trail Township, and I respectfully ask that you do not approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Teresa Rustad Delvo. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning regarding the Homestead Wind Project, which my husband John and I are supporting. I was born here in Williston. I was raised on a farm in the Bone Trail area, and I graduated from Grenora High School. The farm was my grandfather's homestead, and I'm proud to say that it's still in our family. We maintain the buildings and the house. We pay the taxes for the land. We travel there from Montana numerous times a year, and we enjoy recreating out there. My husband and I have strong connections to the farm and the area. My parents and my grandparents are buried at St. Petri Cemetery, which is just a few miles from the farm. When we learned about the project back in 2015, we were very interested to just learn more about it. We carefully considered it. We met with an attorney to go over all the aspects of it, and we signed a lease with Apex in 2018. So over the past couple years, I've talked with people that I know in the area and other parts of the country who are for wind farms, and some are against them. And one of the common objections that I've heard has to do with the visual impact. And that's what I'd like to just touch on a little bit this morning. I just don't want to look at them. And that concern is understandable. Aesthetic preference is deeply personal. And I think objections based on how something looks can sometimes be the hardest to resolve. Some people feel wind turbines spoil the existing landscape. And some people, myself included, don't mind them at all. In fact, I find them interesting and inspiring. To me, there is something about the turning of the turbines and knowing that that turning produces electricity. And I just find that kind of fascinating. But what this tells us is that beauty is subjective. Every day we all encounter things in our communities that we may not personally like to look at. Power lines, cell towers, substations, but we accept these things because they serve a purpose that benefits the broader community. As humans, we naturally resist change, especially when it alters a familiar landscape. It's not easy to accept that new structures may become part of the place that we call home. History shows us that new technologies often face aesthetic resistance before becoming accepted. Railroads were once viewed as scars on the landscape. Transmission lines, grain elevators, and even farm machinery were once controversial. But over time, as their benefits became clear, they became normal parts of our surroundings. I remember what this area looked like back in the 1970s and 80s. An example is Highway 2 west of Williston all the way to the state line. There were only a few homes and small farms along that highway. And from our farm in Bone Trail, I could see the large TV towers lit up at night. But over time, that landscape, as we all know, has changed significantly along this highway. With the oil booms, man camps, businesses with large equipment began to line that highway, along with numerous pads with oil and gas wells. And just north of Highway 2 is a large gas plant and power generation facility. All this has changed that landscape forever, but it's accepted because of the benefit to the community. So I think the question isn't whether everyone will ever like the look of wind turbines. I think the question is whether we can recognize their value and their minimal long-term impact. Perceptions can and do change, especially when communities see real benefits and understand that progress sometimes requires us to look beyond personal taste and look towards what serves future generations. Thank you for considering this broader perspective as you evaluate this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Rick Marberger. I have the aerial application business here in the area. And I'd like to talk a little bit about working around wind farms with aircraft. We've been at this, I think, for 78 years now so far, when you include when my dad started the business. And we're still in business, so we must still have value for the farmers. 100% of my customers have their own ground sprayers, and they can take care of just about everything they need to in a timely manner in the beginning of the year. A lot of them here I see are farming over 10,000 acres now. And when it comes later in the season, when the crops are tall and the tracking damage is increased, and it depends on the weather and the moisture and commodity prices. But when they do need the services, it's got to be timely. You got less than a week to make the application with fungicides to be effective. And we've had disasters with balm in this area. And there's areas that we sprayed last year, just for instance, there was a farmer had about 2,000 acres, and it was up near the windmills north of Ray. And they called us the night before, and they got 2 inches of rain. There's a lot of thunderstorms that goes around the country in the summertime. It's not like wide area. Those areas, they can't use their ground equipment. And I suppose we started about 7 in the morning. By 11 o'clock, we had 2,000 acres done for them. And probably 300 or 400 acres was in the windmill areas. But my pilot, he actually enjoys flying in windmills. He's in his mid-30s, and he likes the challenge. Me, not so much. I did that last year, and I don't find that enjoyable at all. But anyway, the year before that too, we had bad grasshopper infestations, and the same situation. The farmer didn't have a restricted pesticide license, and they wanted it done right away. We put 2 aircraft in there, and we were able to take it out. And these are situations and times where they can't do it themselves. And in normal years, we're busy in different places, but I have a friend of mine that's works around a lot of wind farms in South Dakota. So I gave him a call last night just to see what he thinks and the area farmers think of him in that area, where he has hundreds of thousands of acres they try to cover with about 20 airplanes. And he said that they managed to do most of it, so it's not critical. But there's going to be times, and I took my little helicopter and flew over with all the wind towers and over north of Tioga and Ray. And there are areas that you can't treat no matter what if you get a lot of rain. And so they're going to lose their crops. And I don't know, percentage wise, maybe it's not that great, but to the individual farmers, it can mean profit or loss. So makes it challenging. And asked him too, well, what about, they've been there for a lot of years. I know since some of the first ones came out, and I know when Bob was up here, he made an excellent point about these companies that come in and develop these wind farms. Normally they have them for a year or two, then they sell them to another company. He said 2 large wind farms in their area, they start out with this tax thing about schools and all of this. Well, that company was only guaranteeing, and this is something really important for the commissioners to look into, because I don't know or understand these contracts. And if they're allowed to sell these wind farms to other entities, which is what happened in South Dakota, they had their first year of taxes. The next year they had none. They sold it to a company in France. And the deal was that they're not going to honor paying taxes to some county in America, and they didn't have to. So I think that's something that before you vote yes, you need to check with the people to see if there's something that carries forward in the contract, so you don't lose this tax base, because I'm sure that's what planning and zoning looks at, and what you people look at, and the general public does, is the benefits. So I think that's something that needs to be looked at. And I did a fair amount of searching using AI on Google to see, well, are they profitable? Are they not profitable? I mean, there's no real clear answer, because it's 10 years from now. We don't really know what's going to happen. But the Department of Energy, if you take away the subsidies, you take away the tax breaks, you take away the hidden costs of these wind farms, of all the maintenance that's going to happen in 10 or 15 years, natural gas is way cheaper. You've already got to have the power plants to supply the loads needed for the community, whether the wind is blowing or not blowing. For to burn another 30% more gas, which is plentiful, it's going to be cheaper. And then you go, are windmills profitable? Then they'll come back, AI again says, yes, they'll pay for themselves in 1 year, and then you got 9 years of production out of them. But then I don't know where all this information is coming from. So anyway, those are some considerations that I think would be very important carrying forward, and maybe there's a simple answer that can cover these things. So any questions?
No, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Charles Miller. I just would like to ask a question. If anybody has worked around a wind tower or in this room, has anybody? So I worked cleaning grain north of Ray. And you work outside, they have their setbacks. Your peripheral catches you a lot. You don't think that's going to mess with a person for years and years? I mean, has there been health studies on it? I doubt it. Really? Apex comes up and says they have one study that these towers are not going to affect our land prices? Are they going to devalue? Are they going to go up? I'm a young farmer. Where's the proof? That was in South Dakota, right? The study? That's all I have.
Thank you.
My name is John Delvo. And you just met my wife up here, Teresa. And we have the farm up there in Bone Trail. And what I was going to kind of talk a little bit about today was economic diversity. I started work here in Williston in 1983 with MDU, and the community at that time was 23,000 people. I was a young engineer. We were putting gas and electricity to new subdivisions. I was working with the large customers, dealing with all that. And then what happened was in about 1986, well, let me say 1983, the price of oil was around $29 to $30 a barrel of oil. In 1986, it was around 10. It went slightly below that. The market really changed. And basically, I got transferred in 91, and the population to this town or community became 12,500 people. It became the agricultural community that it was. The focus then from 86 to 91 was to attract business and industry to this town and community. I remember one of the projects that I worked on, and it was trying to get a pasta plant located here in Williston. We have we produce durum here. We have rail. We had cheap, inexpensive energy. We were working with American State Bank. We were working with some state people. Long story short, it never happened. And the reason it didn't happen, we were away from markets. But what I was trying to explain and get to you, when the market does downturn, it is tough to get people to come in here. It does not happen overnight. No different than what these people have been working on this since 2015. We have a project ready to go, and they just don't happen overnight. And I can remember the bad times, and it's just tough. And I'm just making you aware of that. I'm just going to comment on one other thing too. I notice we're talking on these large power plants. Most of that stuff has been basically talked for. I'm not specifically in it, but you're right, they do use gas. Nothing wrong with it. The slight difference is the cost of gas and that fuel can fluctuate depending upon what the market is. When you're dealing with wind, the cost of the energy is nothing. And when you start talking it, you got your investment that you have in the turbines. It's basically spreading about the amount of energy that it produces and what you're paying over the next 30 years. Therefore, those prices are going to be stable, okay? And those other ones are going to fluctuate and affect you in different ways. So there's a reason for that, you know. And if anybody can remember, they used to talk about hydropower. Oh, that's just some of the most inexpensive stuff. Wind kind of falls right in with that category. Like granted, it's not as big as those, but it's the type of energy that you'll receive over the next X amount of years that will remain stable. That is why I'm asking you to support the conditional use permit for Apex Energy. And I again like to repeat, economic development is tough. We have a project ready to go. So that's all I have.
Thank you.
I'm Tammy Muller from Climax Township. There's been a lot of good points made against this project. We have land next to this project, and many of those that signed on this do not live here. We do. This will have, I don't know, this will just change everything forever. It's just like this will be in our backyard. So I am asking you guys to vote against this project, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ryan Berg, Bone Trail Township. I do live out there, and I'm for this project. They say there's no one that lives out there that's for the project. Well, there is. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm Jessica Delva with Williams County. I'm a local business owner and the former Chamber of Commerce employee. I'm the board of a president of a Harmonic Creative World. I'm just going to touch on a little bit of the community involvement from them. My husband's family has homesteaded for in the Bone Trail area for 4 generations. I moved there with my family in 2021 because this community matters deeply to us. I'm here today in support of Apex Homestead Wind and their proposed wind farm project. When I first met their team, I'll be honest, I was a little leery. We've all seen companies come through town and write a check here or there and then move on. I assumed this might be the same. What changed my mind wasn't just the donations, it was their presence. I kept seeing them, I saw them show up. They joined organizations like the Chamber of Commerce, the Community Builders. They attended Farm to Table. They show up for our teacher appreciation events. They support our STEAM projects, and not just financially, but with genuine interest in what we're building for our kids in our community. I know Carson Peterson doesn't even live here. Yet I see her everywhere. Back to school barbecues, community events, real conversations asking about my family, and that says something. My point is, they aren't here simply to throw money at our community to keep us happy. They're here to be a part of it. I also taught at Granora School for a time, and I've seen firsthand how projects like this, when done thoughtfully, can benefit our schools and our families in our future. We often talk about how we weren't always as intentional as we could have been with money spent in the past, and this feels different. This feels like an opportunity to grow wisely. Our community is evolving. We're growing. And I truly believe this is something we can look back on and say we made a good choice with people who choose to stand alongside us and be a part of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh. I'm just going to speak on the nesting birds. The proposal.
Can you state your name first, please?
Oh, excuse me. Jim Gares. I'm going to speak on the proposal. The proposal is 7.5 miles wide. It's 11.5 miles up and down. A bald eagle's range from its nest is 12 miles. A golden eagle's range from its nest is 17.5 miles. That's daily range, how far they fly away from their eagles. I have a picture of a nesting eagle taken on June 17th of 25. The proposed wind turbine is within 2.5 miles of that nest. And if you need to see a picture of that nest, I can get it to you. It's on my phone. So, but anyway, from that nest, it will cover the whole range of this proposed project. So when they kind of go in, there's non-nesting in the project, I kind of disagree with their theory of saying, well, they got to be nesting in the project to affect them. And I guess that's my statement. I'm against this.
Thank you.
Mr. President, members of the commission, for the record, my name is Ben Schaefer. I'm a landowner within the project. I did submit written testimony to the planning and zoning as well. And sorry, Barry, it's going to be kind of like church. You're going to hear the same thing again. But I feel it's necessary because I have a unique perspective as being a former superintendent for 10 years in the Ray District. I was there right at the end of that wind project getting approved. And so I've been on a lot of committees, been on legislative committees, been on the High School Activities Association. So I make decisions that tick people off, and there's ramifications either way. I understand disagreement. I understand conflict. I understand the perspective of the people that do not want this project. I get it. Um, I also lived in Wilton. I grew up in Wilton, so our farm is in the wind farm. If you look off to your left, about 2 miles south, we live in the 2-story house. And back then, you didn't get any money unless you had a tower on your land, and so we just had to deal with it. My brother has a feedlot that he's since built there. He's lived there 25 years now. His cattle are supposed to go out at 6:25. They're averaging 6:48, I think, right now. We hunt there every year, all the time. There's hawks and owls and eagles, and I've never seen a dead one, but maybe that's because the skunks are eating them. I don't know, but I'm just saying from my personal perspective, it really didn't change our lives. It's just part of the landscape now, and progress is hard and change is hard, but I think necessary. And I think, like I said at the planning and zoning, if you look around at where we're standing, if it wasn't for oil and energy revenue, we wouldn't be in a room this nice with all this technology and all the things that we have. I mean, I came to college in Williston to play baseball for the Tetons right after high school, and so I've been here a long time back and forth, and I've lived in the area for some time, and we purchased land up in that area, and my wife and I have talked repeatedly about retiring there, and I don't care if there's wind towers or not, we're still probably going to do it. So just another perspective. The roads, the economic impacts, those are all things that we've seen at my hometown. It's things are taken care of a little bit better. Thank you all for your time serving on the board and listening to all this. I know these aren't easy, so stand for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Phoebe Hansen. I went back and forth whether I should speak on this or not. I do not live out in the area where the potential wind towers could go, and my husband farms out there. I do respect how the people who do live out there feel. They're the ones that are the most directly affected. I genuinely want to hear all the good and bad points. Growing up, my grandparents lived south of Zoll, and my favorite part about going out there was the peace and tranquility. I absolutely understand why people would want to protect this. The reason I am speaking is because of how the tax money could help things and affect everybody, especially schools and ambulance services. Schools and healthcare are already stretched thin. Teachers seem to be working with less and less every year. Better funding can support teachers and services such as special education. The Gennaro ambulance serves a large area of a population with an aging community and farmers. I have worked in healthcare for almost 20 years, and I know how much staffing, response time, and equipment can affect outcomes. Farm accidents happen, and a well-funded ambulance can make the difference of life or death. Waiting 2 hours is unacceptable. There was one time my husband called regarding a controlled burn, and nobody answered up there. Thank God it was just a controlled burn. You guys have a really hard decision. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
I'm Roger Manger. I tried to go through the maps a little bit, and I come up with roughly 25 to 26 landowners who will be receiving payments from the wind towers. 5 of these people actually live in the area, and 7 of them, not all of them live there, but there'll be at least 7 people that have to farm around them that are participating in the project. Some number of them will get 1 tower, one will get up to 20 or 15 towers on his land, and I don't care. I mean, doesn't matter that way. But I guess what I'm trying to bring up is 26 people or families will take advantage of the situation financially, but they talked 37 landowners, which I don't know, I guess however that works out, but you also have to consider, I think, you have a petition of 58 people that are live in the area that are not in favor of them. And I'm not in favor. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, I'm Jeff Strand, and a participating landowner, and I'm for the project. I feel that property rights, it's my property. I should be able to allow projects that are done properly to be done, and hope that you follow your planning and zoning's recommendation and approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to address the commission?
Jason Folweg, non-participating, and I do not agree with the project. It's been stated that all these participating people their financial well-being will be elevated. What about my neighbors, my family, and my mental well-being by having to look at these things every day for the rest of my life?
Thank you.
Good morning again. John McMaster. I spoke before the county board a few times during my professional career as an attorney when you were down in the basement over at the old courthouse. This time it's a little different. I'm here by myself, representing me and my family, consisting of my wife Davy, my sister Bonnie McMaster Anderson, and my sister Heather McMaster. We are all Williston High School graduates, and we own land in 3 sections in Bold Butte Township. If you look at the map, we are the very bottom little strip in section 2. We own land in 1, 2, and 3. It's the top row of sections in Bold Butte Township. My grandmother, Nellie Heidel, and my parents, A.D. Bud McMaster and Neva McMaster, bought this land right at the end of World War II. It's been in our family continuously since then. And I thought, boy, that's remarkable that we've owned this land for 80 years. I was shocked when I heard some of the testimony. The land had been in their families for 100 years. That's pretty amazing. We have 1,000+ acres that we have committed to this project through signing a lease and easement. I stand before you this morning in strong support of this project. The conditional use permits and the variances are ways where somebody who doesn't exactly fit in a zoning district, such as an ag zone, can apply because the rules are a little strict. And if they meet certain conditions, you can vary the rules that are set forth. And that's what we're doing here, trying to get conditional use permits and variances. The Homestead Wind Company and Apex have used your criteria and state and federal regulations over a 10-year period to get where we are today. They've been in this area for years, trying to comply with all of the requirements for these variances and CUPs. As far as I know, they've always been honorable. They've done everything that's been asked of them. They've met with all the requirements. So we're at the stage now where us landowners and the company want to get your approval, allowing them to move on to the Public Service Commission in Bismarck. On December 18 of 2025, the Williams County Planning and Zoning Board held a similar hearing, and it was well attended with comments on both sides. And they ended up voting 7 in favor, 1 against, a resounding approval of this project. And we submit that you should follow their lead. Now, I know Commissioner Kemp isn't present, but he must be on the telesystem somewhere. Commissioner Kemp, your portfolio includes economic development. I feel this is a great opportunity for you to add one other business to that category. A business that will be paying substantial taxes that benefit the county in many areas. Commissioner Wallstead, your portfolio includes the treasurer's office. It looks like from the paperwork that the county will receive $124,000 per year for 30 years. That would make your job of overseeing budgets and expenditures much easier, as well as all the other expenditures in the county that would benefit the citizens. Commissioner Ramberg, now you sit on the board for many years, and you have 2 wind projects up in your neighborhood. And I'd like to ask you to add a 3rd project. I think it would be very beneficial to the area up here and the rest of the county. Commissioner Anderson, the school district up in Gurnora is the only school district in this area, the boundaries. As a result, they will receive, it looks like over $210,000 per year from taxes. It'd be a tremendous boost to your local school district. I think a fellow at the last meeting mentioned needing a new roof. We all know that buildings in this area have flat roofs. I'm sure that school has a flat roof, but they need to be replaced. They're very expensive. That's only one reason why I think you should support this project. And Commissioner Hanson, you're the chairman and a veteran on this board, and you've seen a lot of benefits from different projects. This one has a lot of positive aspects, and I'm hoping you will support the motion. Hasn't been mentioned much, but wind is a clean energy, and it's also renewable. It doesn't cost us anything. A lot of my life, I've spent my spare time golfing. I remember as a young kid. Finally, I was 12 years old, I figured out, gee whiz, the wind blows 6 days out of 7 around here, and it affects the golf ball. I fell in love with the game of golf, and in my later years in retirement, I've been able to go over to Scotland, where the wind blows 7 days out of 7. And they have a saying over there, nay wind, nay golf. That means that wind is very important to them in their golf courses. They have the best golf courses in the world. And you have to learn how to play the wind. Well, here we have a chance to take this energy source and use it. We are not using the wind. We have to harness the wind, and this is a tremendous asset that we have available for us. Now, last night I looked through all of the written comments for this meeting. It appears to me that, not counting duplicates, there were 36 letters in support of the project, and there were 6 against the project. Basically, it fell in line with that 7-1 voting from the planning board and zoning board. In any event, certainly the landowners in the project area are in favor of this. They're going to make some money off of the deal. It's going to add some stability to ag in this area. But it's an upgrade for us of our ag use. We're more fully utilizing the land by using the wind that's available right there on the surface. So, in summary, I personally am asking you to approve this project this morning. There's no need to delay anything. Everything's ready for a vote. And we ask that you all vote yes on the project. You're not going to regret passing these requests. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. I think we had a couple of questions that were posed to Apex, if I'm not mistaken. This one is for Apex, and I know there was a couple of questions that were brought up. Could you explain the sound again? I know you explained it once, but they did specifically ask as far as the decibels and how many of those will actually be, how it was measured, and that to try to answer that question that was asked.
Sure. So the PSC, as I mentioned, sets the sound standard for wind turbines or wind projects in North Dakota. That standard is 45 decibels within 100 feet of an occupied residence or community buildings. We've modeled the sound for the turbine layout in this application because we're going to permit this same layout we're permitting now. It's the same layout we're going to permit with the state. So we've done the work to know that it works. I went through 4 modeling assumptions that were included. We included all 81 turbine locations, even though we won't build more than 67. With one turbine model, we'll build 57 turbines. The other turbine model would be 67 turbines. It doesn't matter. We've modeled all 81 turbine locations, and even in doing that, we know that the turbine layout and both turbine models comply with the 45 decibels within 100 feet of an occupied residence or community building.
Okay, does anybody else have any questions?
I probably have 30 pages of them here, but so 81 sites, 67 towers. What's the deal with the other 14?
They won't be built. They are considered alternates.
I'm looking at the map. Is there a process where, do you know where all 67 of them are going to go? Or is it still, well, we might put one here, we might put one there, the other 14 locations?
It will be what we build, 57 or 67, will be a subset of the 81. Turbines aren't moving. We're not going to move turbine locations. It will be a subset of what's in the application.
Okay, so is there a process where if a non-participating landowner has one of these towers close to their property, they can object? And in discussion, you could say, well, we'll make that one of our 80, the total, we won't put a tower there.
I would go back to saying again that every turbine location meets the setbacks of this county. It meets the setbacks of the Public Service Commission. It meets the sound standard. It meets the flicker limits. So every turbine location is viable. There's a lot of engineering, final geotechnical investigation, and other engineering work that is ongoing to determine what is the subset. It's not just one thing, but we know that every turbine location works from all of those perspectives.
Can you tell me today which one of these 14 sites you have on this map will not have a tower on it?
I would have to defer to our engineering team. We're still working through that.
Why not? I mean, you've got them on a map. Why are we permitting 81 sites? You're going to build 67. Why is there not a purple dot on the site you have that there's no tower? Why can you not tell me that? I find that a little concerning, because I think if you're a landowner in that area, whether you participate, non-participate, I want to know if I'm going to have a tower there. If there's a site there, you should be able to tell me if there's a tower there or not. Correct?
Sure, we're permitting 81 turbine locations. It is very standard practice to include alternate or spare turbine locations. So there's geotechnical work that's ongoing. It also depends on electrical cabling and circuits, right? All the cables that connect each tower, you can put a certain number of turbines on that circuit. So some of that final engineering work is still ongoing, and that's part of the reason why we have spare locations.
Tower 67. I mean, are we getting technical? Can I get specific? Tower 67, just as a random example. I see there is looks like some sort of a home site south of it. Maybe I might be wrong. Let me see.
Oops, sorry. Commissioner, my name is Molly Smith. I'm with Frederickson and Byron outside counsel for the project. I have something that may help put this in perspective. This has been done on the past 2 projects as well, and this is pretty standard on every wind project that comes before the Public Service Commission in North Dakota, is that you are permitting more turbines than you ultimately are going to select, and you don't identify always your specific locations until you get further along in the process. And I think to Bree's point, they're already they're 2,900 feet from the closest residence, which is actually, it's a non-participating residence, but it's actually a participant that has land elsewhere. They're even further away from other non-participating residences. So we're a significant distance already. There doesn't seem to be a reason at this point to select amongst the turbines simply because of distance from residences, if that helps.
Okay. Still lost on it, but anyway, Tower 61. I see there's a plot of land south of this tower that is shaded out as non-participating. Would be, I don't know what page this would be, 300-400, who knows. It's in Appendix B of maps. So what is that site that's down south of that? Do you know? Looks like there's a house. I know there's some bins, or maybe that's a well site. 61, yeah.
It looks to me like it's probably a location, oil.
Okay. Maybe somebody in the public 68th Street Northwest. Just curious. Just by my random figuring, I mean, that's 1,500 feet from that, 1,800 feet from whatever is across the road. But I see that tower is placed in like a tiny little triangle that appears to be boundaries of distance. Okay. I mean, I'm just questioning that. Is that an oil well site, or somebody said yes?
Yes.
Okay. Towers. Where are the towers made? Like actually all the blades, the tubes, the turbines, where's all that stuff made?
We have 2 models that we're looking at right now, a GE model and a Vestas. The majority of all those components are made here in the United States. No major components are made in China, for example. So that's something that we have cleared with our purchasing folks to confirm that.
Okay, so the towers themselves are made in the United States.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Steel, rebar. I'm assuming there's rebar in the pads for these.
Yes, significant amounts.
Where's the steel coming from?
Ultimately, where that'll be sourced from will be determined by the contractors we hire to build it. But my assumption would be it would be domestic steel, but I can't tell you that for certain right now.
A random thought, but I mean, are you guys basically general contractor, and then these other companies are subs that are coming in to build it?
Yeah, we have a construction person here with us who's more suited to answer questions related to that.
Push this while I speak or no? Okay. So we have a balance of plant contractor. Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Nate Wilson. I'm a construction project manager for Apex. I just finished the Bowman Wind project last month. But yeah, Apex goes into contract negotiations with the OEM, which is the turbine manufacturer in this case, either Vestas or GE. Down in Bowman, we had GE. And then our balance of plant contractor, which, like you said, is the general contractor. Then they have subcontractors below them.
Okay, so steel is part of a subcontractor's deal. They source all the steel.
It would be part of the balance of plant within, so that the general contractor, it is in their scope of work. Yes.
Okay, contractor for concrete.
Also,
is that a local bid, or we building our own? You guys are bringing in your own plant.
I don't know the answer to that right now. In Bowman, we had a batch plant on site, and the aggregate for that concrete was locally sourced.
Fuel supplies. Do you guys use local fuel supplier, or we bring this in from somewhere else?
In Bowman, we use a local fuel supplier.
Who is your local fuel supplier?
I do not know. That's part of the balance of plant.
Okay. I guess if you're wondering where I'm getting at, I mean, this apparently is a massive project, and they're talking millions or billions of dollars. I'm trying to assess what's the actual local economic development for this community. So I would like to see bids for this stuff go to local concrete contractors. I would like to see bids for this go to local fuel suppliers. We have multiple of each. But if you guys want to commit to doing economic development in this country, you better start looking at using local suppliers, because if we're shipping in steel from, I don't know. I mean, I'd be curious if it was coming from Pittsburgh, great. But if it's coming getting off a port and coming off a boat from God knows where, I think it's an issue. That's part of what this country is having a problem with. But I understand it also affects the economics of the whole project. But if half or a third of some of this stuff can come from a local supplier, I think that shows commitment. That's why I'm asking these questions.
Yeah, and to your point, I'd add this, and I do not know what the requirements are for Homestead right now, but we have a domestic content requirement at Bowman. All of the steel was sourced in the United States, whether that be rebar or whether that be the turbines themselves.
Okay. Is there any other questions from the board?
I got a couple here. So Apex has built 15 different projects. Is that correct?
16 that we've developed that are.
Can you come up to the mic, please?
Yes, we have 16 that we've developed that are currently operating. That's where the 9 gigawatts of capacity comes from.
Have you ever had to decommission a project?
To my knowledge, no. Yeah, we have not decommissioned any.
The reason I was asking here is because so the bond would be 5% of the build project, I'm assuming, right? That's where the 5% comes in as a total build.
Hi, Molly Smith again. I can take this one. So the Public Service Commission is the one that sets the decommissioning requirements. They have two decommissioning financial security requirements. The first is you have to put in place prior to starting construction a financial security in the amount of 5% of construction costs of the project. And then once the project is constructed, before it goes into commercial operations, you have to have submitted a decommissioning plan that outlines how you're going to decommission the project in line with the commission's decommissioning rules. And you have to provide acceptable decommissioning financial security that is in the amount that is identified by a professional engineer that has set the cost based on the final layout of the project. The PSC does not or has not to date taken into account salvage value. So basically it's the total without looking at what the salvage value would be. We just recently had to do the switch between construction and decommissioning. In both cases, the 5% was more than the amount to decommission when it was actually finally done by the professional engineer. So the 5% sounds like maybe sounds a small percentage, but when you're talking multiple millions of dollars, it is a very large amount of money that's put down, like $20 million that's put down as financial security. So, and the commission then, they require that companies annually submit their operations reports, and they monitor whether they're falling below a 10%. And if they fall below 10% for 2 years, they are considered abandoned and would be decommissioned unless the proponent comes to the commission and explains that they're going to get things going again. So they have pretty strict requirements to make sure that everything is continuing to operate. And if it's not ultimately decommissioned, the commission steps in and decommissions the project.
Okay, because that kind of leads me to, so it says here for decommission, they must comply with the decommissioning guidelines found in North Dakota Administrative Code 69099, unless waived by Public Service Commission. So is that hinting around to the fact that they could just not decommission it?
No, actually, the waiver is limited. An example would be you have to remove all of the facilities to a depth of 4 feet, and you have to remove all roads. Sometimes a landowner, I think the commission left it open in case there were a road a landowner wanted. They can make a request, and the commission can approve to allow that road to stay in place. An O&M facility, for instance, if somebody wanted to keep the building, the commission wanted the opportunity for the landowner to be able to ask, and they can grant that. So that's the waiver. There's no waiver of the actual requirements to decommission or to provide financial security.
Is a state bond cash bond or surety bond?
It is in different forms. There's specified forms that it can be in. It has to be approved by the commission. It can only be a parent guarantee if they meet specific strict requirements. The last couple I've seen have been letter of credit or a surety bond.
Did you guys have an additional bond with Bowman County?
Bowman County had separate decommissioning requirements that specifically required a bond. And in that case, that we did have a specific bond there, but it was part of their rules in their ordinance.
Okay, did they also require a road maintenance bond?
There would be a bond within the road maintenance agreement, which has to come before the commission and get separately approved. So I know that is one thing that would come before you too.
So the road bond for Bowman County was part of their agreement, the written agreement with the roads and maintenance.
Correct.
Sir, the electricity that's generated from these wind turbines, to whom do you sell that electricity? Where does that go? What happens to it? Who benefits from it?
Yeah, I guess there's two different ways to look at that. So we have not signed an agreement with any folks yet on where we would sell that to. That could be directly to a utility. It could be through a purchase agreement with a commercial or industrial company that would buy it directly from us. But nonetheless, whoever buys it, that energy will be injected into the grid at the Strandall substation and enter into the grid where it becomes fungible. So once it's on the grid, you can't tell where the electrons were generated, whether it was wind, solar, gas, or coal.
do these towers produce power 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, unless the wind isn't blowing? Or is it a peak type demand? Like now it's 40 below, furnaces are running everywhere. Now we need that power.
Well, the turbines themselves will begin spinning once we reach the cut-in speed, and will generate energy that way. I'm not sure I understand the question.
Are they supplying power to the grid 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year?
No, we evaluate what's called a net capacity factor, which takes into a bunch of different effects on what percentage they would be generating. And for this particular models that we've looked at, it's generally 50%.
So the dollar amount figures in the tax part. How did they come to those estimates? I mean, is that max power, max dollar amount per kilowatt hour?
Great question. So there's two different tax revenue streams that are generated from a wind farm in North Dakota. The one that you're referencing is the electrical generation tax, which is based on estimated kilowatt hours that would be produced. And that uses that net capacity factor that I talked about at 50% times 365 days times 24 hours a day times how many or what our nameplate capacity is. And that ends up being a humongous number, which is multiplied by 0.0005 cents per kilowatt hour. And in our tax revenue estimate, that is, I believe, around 15.9 million. That's the same. Those are the same numbers we'll use when we go to finance this project, and those are the numbers that we believe are realistic and can be relied upon. The other one is an easier one. That's just the nameplate capacity tax. So it's $2.50 a kilowatt times our nameplate capacity of 254.5 megawatts, which comes out to around, I believe, 16 million over the life of the project.
Okay, I got one or two questions. There's been some talk about the archaeological study. Can somebody address what's been done? Because
yes, I'll introduce our environmental expert, Sarah.
Okay.
Oh, I don't have to do it. Sorry. Sarah Sinsaba. I'm one of our senior environmental managers at Apex. So for the archaeological work that we have done, we hired a third-party consultant to go out and survey the project area. They have to fill out forms. They're called site forms that they have to fill out. They provide those to the State Historical Preservation Office. The State Historical Preservation Office has an opportunity to review those, comment on them, and I think this is what Mr. Wade was speaking to. They then give them back to the consultant with their comments to say, hey, we disagree, we agree, please change this. And then they put them into the report and we get a final report submitted to the SHPO office.
And when will that happen?
I can't tell you how quickly the SHPO is going to review all the site forms. They told us it would be within 30 days of our third-party consultant providing those site forms to them. It was the holidays, so hopefully it'll be, sometime by the end of this month. I would expect that to happen. And I'll add that we do have the data, so we know what resources are out there, and we are avoiding those as part of the setbacks that Bree showed up on the screen.
Okay. My other question has to do with the meeting notes that came back, and I what I was given was I don't remember, 29 pages with 20 pages redacted. I guess my first question is, why is that all redacted? And number two, can we get the non-redacted version to read? Because I feel as though it's pretty hard to make a decision when I get a document like that.
I agree with you. So it is Apex internal procedure to redact business type decisions, but more importantly, it's the direction of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Department of Game and Fish to redact important sensitive resource information like nests and things of that type. However, I agree with Mr. Wade and I agree with your concerns. We should show all of this to you. It's really important. We have absolutely nothing to hide. We've done tons of studies out here. I'm really proud of the work that we've done. The Fish and Game Department had told us in a meeting that we had cited this project really well to protect wildlife. So I actually have copies of the letter from North Dakota Game and Fish. I have copies of the meeting summary notes and the full unredacted results that we provide to the Game and Fish and to the Fish and Wildlife Service. And I also have copies of the final reports with me that I can share with all of you.
That's great, but I mean, here we are at 11 o'clock on the day we're supposed to make a decision, and now I'm going to get 29 pages. So do we adjourn till 5 so we can go through it? I'm not trying to be a jerk, but
Yeah.
that's not really realistic to get it right now.
If I may, Commissioner, when this was submitted, it was deemed complete with this information, which is the same type of information that has been provided for the past 2 projects. It wasn't an intent to hide. In fact, the letter is in the binder and that was provided. The results were shared and discussed in the environmental survey report. The reports themselves weren't provided, but that's not a requirement under the ordinance. And if it helps, when we go to the Public Service Commission, so for instance, exclusion and avoidance areas, archaeological resources cannot be impacted by the siting of a project. So we have to demonstrate that the project is meeting that requirement. They will require a copy of the report to be submitted. They will require the SHPO's concurrence letter before they will issue an order approving the project. And all of those reports are also submitted to the PSC as well, along with the consultation letters. So that's why I think we're at this point. There was a comment made at the last meeting. Things happened over the course of the last couple of weeks where there were requests, and then we're here today with the additional information. It does not impact the decision that's being made. It's still, all of the information is still in the binder. It's just got more detail in these additional documents, if that helps. To that end, if you wanted to take a 15-minute break and take a look at it and come back, we have no objections to that. We all might want a 15-minute break by now, to be honest. So.
Okay, well, I would like a copy of it. I'm assuming the rest of the commission would like that copy. Are there any other questions?
Yes, and one of which is if somebody could email that to me. I don't know if staff could get that emailed to me, then I could have access to it as well. But I don't want to belabor this, but I think these are fairly quick. One, I want to address the taxes won't be paid, and if I need Karen, if you would be willing to help with that, as well as the commissioners being personally liable for eagle deaths claim. I think that's that liability falls on the operator. And then one other thing that came up was the opportunity for a Chinese company to buy this property or buy this facility. And North Dakota has state law that strictly prohibits that. Senate Bill 2371 prohibits foreign adversaries defined by the U.S. Secretary of Commerce, which includes China, from acquiring title of any interest in real property in the state. So I think we're protected there, but maybe if somebody could address the idea that they may not have to pay property tax on this or pay taxes at all on this.
So this is Sarah again. Oh, I was going to do the Eagle thing first.
Oh, okay, sorry. Eagles first?
Eagles are always first.
Yeah.
Okay, so to address the potential of eagle fatalities, we in 2023 and 2025 followed the voluntary U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Region 6 Eagle Nest Survey Protocol, and we reported these results to the North Dakota Department of Fish and Game and to the Fish and Wildlife Service. There are no eagle nests within the project area, and there's no eagle nests within 2 miles of the project area. Um, I think your fundamental concern here is that what if an eagle nest does come up, like after we're done with this permitting process, after we're done with the studies, and we're in construction, and oh my gosh, an eagle decided to build a nest. So we've had that happen on a project in North Carolina, and so a couple of nesting eagles decided to build a nest right in our construction site, an active construction site in a tree. So we immediately reported it to the agencies and said, what do you want us to do? And so Fish and Wildlife Service told us put a 660-foot buffer around that nest and don't let anyone in there, no construction activities while that nest is active. They also said, please get a monitor out there to watch the nest and make sure that they know what's going on with the eagles, and then also when the chicks fled so that they know when the nest is not active anymore. And once the nest was unactive, Fish and Wildlife Service directed us to remove the nest and also remove the tree so that the eagles would not come back again and that they would not be in danger of a strike with one of our turbines.
Fish and Wildlife Service asked you to remove the tree?
Yes, they did. They didn't want it there because the eagles might come back and say, oh, sweet, our nest is gone, but the tree is still there, so let's build again.
Yeah, well, I think we had another
I'm sorry,
question.
I thought Commissioner Kemp had asked a question about the taxes. I believe that was in relation to the comment that if the project was sold, somebody could not pay taxes. I think just to look at that in a larger viewpoint, we have leases agreements with landowners. We'll have road use agreements with the county. We'll have conditional use permits. We'll have all these various agreements that have requirements. So whether we own the project, which we intend to, or if it got sold, any future owner would have to comply with all the rules and regulations and agreements that are in place of it. It's certainly not anyone's option to choose to pay taxes. It's part of the process. It's absolutely whoever would own it would be required to pay the same couple taxes that I had explained previously.
Do you still own all 16 of the other projects?
No, some of them it's now more of our process to own and operate projects as we've grown. Smaller companies, as you come up, it's more typical that you will sell them either during development or after construction.
Sorry, I think there was a question that one of the commissioners had about liability and would there be personal liability. So I think that maybe hadn't been answered. If there were personal liability, you would have the same personal liability for Lindahl and Aurora and every other project that could possibly affect a migratory bird, which includes all oil and gas facilities. That's not a liability on you as decision makers. If there were any liability, it would be on the actor who is actually committing the action or allowing the action to happen. And in this case, I think there's some comfort too in knowing how strict the PSC is and that they have also reviewed other projects under similar circumstances. They're not concerned about there being personal liability for making decisions that may potentially affect in the future some species.
Yes, thank you. That was specifically what I was referring to. And I didn't believe that we were personally liable for it, but I thought it should be addressed for public knowledge. Thank you.
Yeah. Which way do you want to go? You good to keep going? Okay, go ahead.
Just a question for the audience that is here today to satisfy my own curiosity. Of those who stand to benefit financially from this project, how many live out in the affected property full time? Could you just raise your hand really high? Okay, of those who live in the affected project or the affected area, how many do live out there full time? Whether you financially or not financially, you do live out there. Thank you.
Commissioner Anderson, do you have any more? I said Commissioner Anderson. I thought you said you had another one. No, you're good.
I've got plenty, but
No. Okay. Well, it's 10 after 11 right now, so I think we're gonna take about a 5 to 7 minute break. Let's try to do it quick so we can get back here. But we will take a 5 to 7 minute break right now. Kate will re-adjourn the meeting. Now I should be able to sit still in my chair. So thanks for the break. I believe we're 11:18. I believe we have two different things that were brought to my attention that would like to be addressed. Number one, Mr. Wade, you said you had a question you wanted to come up and ask. Please do it now.
Yes, thank you. I know they spoke about the model assumption in regards to the sound. After the Bowman project was completed, did you guys do any kind of decibel measurement? And if you did, can you comment on, what you used and if that was a calibrated device? And I bring that up only because they're having a lot of problems with this data center out here determining the sound level because different devices are calibrated differently, and that's a major problem. They can't seem to figure that out, and I believe that's in an ongoing lawsuit. So I'm just wondering, the device used to measure the decibel level, if there was one, or if that was done at all.
Okay, thanks for the question. And just so you know, Williams County is released from that lawsuit. Good news for us.
So Bowman County just hit operations last month, as you heard from Matt. There isn't a requirement to do post-construction sound monitoring at that project. However, there was a landowner that notified us that they thought the sound was too loud. In that instance, then we went out, we had a third-party sound expert go out and place microphones, calibrated professional equipment within 100 feet of their residence to test when the turbines were on and off. Is the turbine sound more than 45 decibels? That just happened last month, and we're still working through the data. So I saw a preliminary report last night. I honestly didn't read it because I was preparing for this hearing, but I haven't seen anybody raise any red flags for me to review it faster. So the modeling, even without the requirement for post-construction monitoring, we have that requirement at other projects across our country. We've never had an instance where the modeling did not match the monitoring post-construction.
Okay, because I was just curious to say that the specific tower in Bowman, say if for some reason it does come back more than the 45 allowable, what do you do? You just stop spinning it, or I mean, how do you remedy something like that then?
There are some operational things we can do. Times it's operating, certain conditions, wind conditions and weather conditions that it's operating to ensure that it has to be below the 45 decibels.
And that's the PSC's rule, correct?
That's correct.
But it's not required for you, like, to go prove your decibels. Like, there's a model saying you can model and tell us that it's going to be quiet, but there's no model that says we're proving to you that what we told you is correct.
It varies by the project and on whether that is a requirement or not in different jurisdictions.
Is a Bowman County project 100% complete? So it's operating, the reclamation is all done? No? I haven't seen the head shake, no.
Nate Wilson, project manager for Apex. The construction is complete. The post-construction road improvements are not complete, just because of the timing of when construction started and when it finished. It wasn't conducive to do post-construction road improvements in December. So we anticipate beginning after frost laws get lifted, April, May, somewhere around there.
The reclamation as well in the same boat?
The reclamation is complete insofar as the public roads. We still have some seeding to do and some decompaction efforts that we need to complete. That will also take place in the spring. I mean, there's no point in doing it now. And those landowners have been spoken to. And we also have some fencing that needs to get completed prior to planting season. So.
Okay, thank you. Matt, I believe you said you had something you wanted to bring up to clarify.
Yes, just Commissioner Wallstead's question of the people in attendance about who lives in the area. I think maybe it was somewhat unclear. Were we speaking specifically to within the project boundaries or just in and around the project area out there?
Yeah, in and around the project out there.
So could we maybe ask that again of the folks who are here in favor of it, if who lives in and around the project area? Well, you're not in favor, Jim. I just know that there was some folks that like Kurt Andre lives just to the east of the project area, but he also lives out there like some of the other folks here who are opposed to it. So just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else have questions? I think so. Somebody's flipping through their notebook here.
Perhaps the question is directed towards Matt or somebody on your team. How much lubricating oil do each of these use? How often is that replaced? How is it replaced? Is there a chance of a spill or any accidents with that?
So to your question, it would vary based on the turbine. We haven't picked the turbine yet. I do not know off the top of my head how much is used, but we do have an SPCC that is approved by a North Dakota registered engineer, professional engineer, and approved by the state if there happens to be any kind of spill.
The shadow flicker that's been brought up 2 or 3 different times. How is that alleviated? How I mean, you said you can limit it, and probably not. You can't eliminate it, but you can limit it or alleviate some of it. How is that done?
So those that don't know, shadow flicker occurs when it's sunny and turbines are operating. So the moving turbine blades create a spinning shadow on the surface. This is similar to sunlight passing through like moving tree branches. It's limited to the times of day when the sun is low in the sky. So early in the morning, late in the evening. We've designed the project to limit it to 30 hours a year. It's much lower than that for non-participants. It's I think 20 hours. I'd have to go look at the report one more time. That's less than 5 minutes a day, you know, at very early in the morning, again, at the end in the evening. The modeling has similar assumptions that we did with sound, right? We're doing all 81 turbines, even though no more than 67 will be built. It assumes essentially that it's a house is a glass box. It's all windows, and that there's no existing buildings or vegetation surrounding it. That's what the model assumes. So it's a very conservative model. Even with that, we've cited their turbines to be less than 30 hours for participants, and it's in the 20-hour range for non-participating residences. There's other things you can do. Blinds help. That's probably the most common one.
Thanks.
A question about that transmission line. That was brought up as a $32 million transmission line. Did Montreal Williams need that transmission line, whether you guys build there or not?
Yeah, so as part of our generator interconnection agreement with the local transmission owner, who's Montreal Williams Electric Cooperative, that's where we are committed to spending for 2 specific upgrades. One is building the new 15-mile line from Strandall out and one, making it a double circuit as well. And the other repair is reconductoring or taking the old wires off the one that comes into Strandall and adding 2 new circuits to that. We're required to have that in order to connect to the grid. And then we pay for it, 32 million. It's my understanding, and this could be confirmed with Montreal Williams, but that line was going to be needed regardless. Homestead Wind coming in and the way that this works with renewable energy companies, we're responsible for paying for that. It is my understanding that if for whatever reason this project didn't go forward, we obviously would not continue to pay for it. We would receive the money back that hasn't been used. And if Montreal Williams did still deem it to be needed, it would have to be built, and those costs would come back to the ratepayers. But that's more of a specific question for Montreal Williams, but that is what I've heard from them.
Because you have already given them money for it, right?
Yes, significant amounts.
Okay, any other questions? Does anybody else have anything before I close the public hearing? Yep. Got to introduce yourself again. We're kind of on first name basis, but
James Horb. My question is about the sales tax revenue off all the materials that are going to go into this project. Are they going to be paid to Williams County everything that they buy for this project? Is it going to be taxed through Williams County, or how does that work? If they buy it in Pennsylvania, do they pay sales tax on it, haul it here, and then it doesn't get taxed here? How does it work, I guess? Okay. Thanks.
I'm not quite sure who we would want to ask that. To me, it would probably make sense that it's going to get taxed where it's sold and not where it's shipped to. But I don't know. Lindsay's shaking her head no. So how would we collect on that? He asked about sales tax.
Sales and use tax are one and the same. Yep.
We've typically understood that point of delivery is where taxation is applied.
All right, that's good news.
So all the materials coming in would be subject to local sales tax at point of delivery.
Only speaking out of knowledge that we've had for other questions, not specific, maybe quite to manufacturing. Yes, we've understood delivery is where taxation applies. And I'm heralding back a little bit to those conversations about, remember, we didn't used to pay tax on Amazon purchases, but then that was part of that idea. Wherever it goes is the taxes that are applied. And then those folks have to send them into the state and they're distributed out to the political subs.
Thank both of you for keeping me in line. I appreciate that. Okay, anyone? And okay, before we close the public hearing, we'll have one more.
Ryan Wade again. I just want to be perfectly clear on the money that is possibly going to the school and the fire and the ambulance. If this project does happen, that is tax money that has to go to them because it's in the school district and that's where it goes. It's not $200,000 more. The state is actually taking money away from that school district and letting them replace it. So it's not like the state keeps giving them what they were and it's more money on top. The state actually takes money away and then they give whatever they give. And just like anything, over time, everything loses its value. So that money is not going to stay the same. It's just the way it is. Thank you.
I would just like to address that comment by Mr. Wade. The numbers that we have in the tax report that's been shared with the commission, those are the net amount. So there is a reduction in the state aid formula that's done at the state level from local revenue sources, which tax revenue from a wind farm is one of them. Generally, though, what that ends up being is about 75% of that gets taken away of the additional revenue. The revenue that we show is on top it already takes into account that deduction. So this is the additional money that would come to the school district due to the taxation of the wind farm.
All right, thank you. Okay, one last time, does anybody else have comments?
Bob Ernson. I understand these pillars that are set for the wind towers are 15 feet deep and 60 to 80 feet in diameter. Is that correct? That's what this is in. So I'm wondering, what are you going to do with all this dirt that you take out of these holes? Where's that going to be stockpiled, or what's it going to be used for? That's a lot of dirt for one turbine. Take that times 67 or 79 or 81. We're not sure, but
I can address that comment. Yeah, he's correct. That's about the size of the excavation of the foundations for the turbines. The ones that we just did in Bowman, they're about 12 feet deep, about 60 feet in diameter. They were round, the gradual slope with the pedestal on top where the turbine sits. As far as the excess material, usually that is discussed with after the contractor figures out where they want to put it. A lot of times it's used for access roads, but we consult with the landowner themselves, or if they prefer, they defer it to their tenant farmer. And there's plenty of need for additional soil wherever it might be, and we defer to the landowner on that. But that it is not hauled off-site, and the topsoil remains the same. So the topsoil is stripped. The subsurface material is used elsewhere. It's almost always used on the same parcel. It doesn't leave the landowner parcel unless they grant us. This is just how construction works. Unless they grant us the authority to bring it elsewhere. I know that on other projects we've dealt with organic and inorganic farms. You can't truck organic material onto an inorganic field. Equipment's cleaned prior to going from organic fields into inorganic fields or vice versa. So I think the main concern is the topsoil stays where it is, and the subsurface material that is addressed with the landowners or tenant farmers themselves.
Okay, thank you. Kate, final time. Public hearing is now closed. We will turn it to the board. So if you have questions or comments, please feel free to jump on in.
Mr. Chairman, just to break the silence, but I personally feel that we have a tremendous amount of information here that needs to be gone through. There needs to be a motion on the table in order to lay this on the table. So currently we don't have a motion on the floor, but I feel like this should go to a third party firm that reviews all this information and gets back to us with a report of what it all looks like, means, make sure that it's accurate.
And do you have an idea of what type of third party you're thinking of?
Well, Bowman County used a firm out of Wyoming, sounds like. I mean, there obviously should be more of those out here, but do you have something, Michelle, or okay?
I guess I would, if that's your motion, I would second that just because there is we chopped down a whole bunch of trees today. Um, and the redacted report we got was 29 pages, and then I wound up with, I'm not real sure, a whole stack of stuff I ain't got through yet. So, I mean, it really should look through it first. I before I'm comfortable.
No, right now unless somebody specifically asked you the question.
Well, by Robert's Rules of Order, there's nothing to lay on the table unless there's a motion. So, no. So the motion would be, and I'm going to make this specifically. Pardon me? I thought I heard something. Okay, I would make a motion to approve. I don't know what is the project, the conditional use permit for discussion purposes.
And I would second that for discussion.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. So now it's time for discussion.
Yeah. So to be clear, I am not in favor. However, there has to be a motion on the floor in order to lay this on the table to seek additional information. Therefore, I make a motion to lay this on the table and authorize our building staff to seek third-party firm to look through this information and get back to us.
Don't we have to act on the first motion that you just made? I don't think we can make a motion and then not decide and then make a motion. I don't think that's right.
Yeah, it
Karen,
is because main motion is a lower ranking motion.
Karen, can you help me out on this?
I guess my understanding of Robert's Rules of Orders is that you have to rule on a motion. I mean, you know, in terms of like main motions, secondary motions, this board generally doesn't really deal with those kind of things, really. It's like when there's a motion on the table, you deal with that motion before you make a second one. I mean, if you don't want to approve the project, you can just make a motion to table it and then send it to a third party to look at the stuff. But I don't think making the motion to approve it and then having a second to that motion and then making a second motion, it's like
that's how Robert's rules works.
Oh,
I mean, main motion that there's classifications: privilege, incidental, subsidiary, main, and then classified. And lay on the table is a higher ranking motion than a main because it's part of those other classifications. So there is no motion to lay on the table unless there's been a motion made.
But Robert's Rules of Orders also, I mean, deals with like bigger assemblies and stuff. When they're talking about a small board like the Board of County Commissioners, sometimes there are different things that apply. And I'm just saying that in the past, we've always had, if there's a motion on the table, you decide on that motion before you make sort of a secondary motion. I guess I've never dealt with that before, is what I'm saying, Bo.
And I would
So
say,
if what you say is true, I don't know. I'd have to look at Robert's Rules of Orders, but this board has never done it that way. I mean, they've always ruled on the motion before it, and if there's a second motion afterwards, then you make it. So, but I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong on the Robert's Rules of Order. I have never gotten that question before, so I'd have to look at the rules themselves, really. So.
and I guess, I mean, since you and I have been on the board, we've never made one like this. This is brand new. So to me, we could just make the other motion and go that direction, but we haven't done that in the last 7 years. So would you like to rescind and start over, or how do you want to handle this?
I will, but I'm okay. I will, but I stand by my motions. Anybody that's been through Robert's Rules of Order knows that's how the way it goes. I understand, and I probably have let it slide the last 7 years that we've done it different. I mean, I wanted to make sure that it was done properly this time. So I will rescind those two motions and make the motion to lay this on the table to seek a third party and additional information.
And I would second that one. And I'm good with the rescinding of my first, second, and I second that. Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor with a second that is to table this and seek third-party guidance. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, any discussion on this?
I mean, it's just my opinion that we've got a lot of work here to do. I mean, one comment was made, there's a lot of gray areas in this manual. I mean, yeah, we received this manual 3 weeks ago, but at first glance, it seems like it's fairly straightforward, but I mean, I'm not perfect at reading information. So in my opinion, in the interest of the taxpayers and the residents of this county, I think we owe it to them to do them a service to go through this information as carefully and accurately as we can and make sure that everything is correct before we make a decision. That's my opinion. Ma'am,
Done.
you're not at the mic.
We've taken the public hearing and we've closed it. So therefore, there's no more discussion with you guys unless somebody asked you a specific question. So did somebody ask her? I mean, does somebody want to ask her a specific question? I understand that you do, but somebody from here, it's been turned over to the board already. So once it's turned to the board, then the decision is up here. So if somebody wants to ask a question of Apex on this, we can do it that way, but I don't see any other way. We don't let anybody else come up after it gets turned over to the board.
Ma'am, there's folks online so if you have something to say, you got to come to the mic. What he's saying is that it is up to the commission to discuss this.
Sure.
So the other option is we deny it, and I guess you start all over, or you allow the commission to seek additional information and guidance to make sure that what you folks say in this manual is true.
Okay, I guess I'm asking a question on process because you're using Bowman County as an example. Their ordinance provides for their ability to hire experts, which they did when they got the application, not after they held the public hearing and after they had processed the whole application. They did it before they held a public hearing to gather information. This is not the process that's been done for either of the two other projects that have come before this commission. So you're introducing something that's not in the ordinance and not provided for in your ordinance to a process. And that's where I'm asking a process question. I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend you. I'm just trying to understand how we got to this point because it's not allowed under your ordinance. We're to the point
I
of
agree, and I would like to. I would
I'm
like
sorry.
feedback from Karen. I would like feedback from Karen Proud, our attorney, on this matter.
He's coming up to the mic, Steve.
It is my understanding under our ordinances, the board has the ability to table information, to table they've tabled stuff in the past to get other additional information. They also have the ability to send it back to the Planning and Zoning Commission if they wanted to, really. So to table this to get more information, I'm pretty sure that's allowed under our ordinance. I'd have to look at the ordinance for sure, really, but I mean, that's what you've always been able to do, really. Same.
Thank you, Karen.
The difference here is the referral to an outside expert to gather all of the information. That is not provided for in your ordinance. And so I understand the request to table if there were specific information. We have yet to hear what information we have not provided, I guess.
I guess, in my opinion, the ability for this board to gather information or to table something to gather other information includes whatever information you want to get, either whether it's from staff or from outside persons. So it's not prohibited, but it's not prohibited by the ordinance, is what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Cameron, do you have something?
Yeah, just to clarify it, it's sometimes hard to dig through the ordinance on the fly. However, through the CUP evaluation criteria, it does list a number of criteria, but the last paragraph of that does say the above enumerated criteria do not prevent the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners from considering any other factor it deems necessary in order to provide and promote the public health, safety, and welfare. Findings on the above criteria do not need to be in writing, nor does the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners need to make a specific finding on each criterion. Also, within the conditions of a CUP, it also says that conditions and restrictions may be attached to an approval that are intended to reduce or minimize any potential adverse impacts upon other property in the area or to carry out the proposed and intent of the comprehensive plan of this ordinance. And it goes on further than that. So it does say that the county commission can have other findings that may not be specifically listed, at least the way I interpret our ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
And Steve, do you have some comments for us?
My concern was simply that we expose ourselves to potential liability by changing the rules per se. That's all I was really trying to establish. It appears that we're well within our means, but I just wanted it clarified.
I
Okay.
should just as a caution, I'm by no means an attorney. That's just how I interpreted the ordinance. And then Karen, I'm sure, would like to review it further, but just wanted to put that out there.
Okay, so any other discussion?
Karen, do you feel you need to review the ordinance and get back to us?
no, I heard what Cameron read out of there, and I still stand by what I said. I think that it gives this board, the Planning and Zoning Commission, and this board the opportunity to seek additional information. I mean, to protect the, what is it, the safety? Yeah. Yeah. So if this board does not feel it can make an appropriate decision based on the information it has before it, it has the ability under our ordinances to.
Is it fair that we be able to understand what the information is that's being requested? Because at this point, we haven't been asked for any additional information, so it's somewhat unclear why we would be tabling, so there's not a basis for the motion.
Well, certainly, it's like if we're going to request a third party to review the information, we could certainly give them a copy of what we're going to send to them, you know, the request that we're making. But at this point, you know, because it's not solidified.
Well, and to respond to that, I mean, I'm a farmer and a rancher. That's my job. And I also have this as a job. So this is my secondary job. I feel it is my duty to look over the, did you have something to comment?
Yeah, the board has done this twice before without expert. I do recognize you all have other jobs and this is not the only thing that you do, but the board regularly makes decisions, including decisions on the Lindahl project and the Aurora project. If you did not feel that you were qualified as a board to make those decisions, then it does not make sense to me that you would have made those decisions without seeking expert advice. The
What year
rules
was
are
it?
not
Pardon me
different.
for interrupting because
Sure.
you did to me, but I allowed you to. What year was the Aurora project built?
2018,
Okay,
I believe.
before I was elected to the board. So, pardon me, ma'am, for asking for additional clarification on information in a document because it's not like the rules are going to change. I just want to make sure that we look through this document thoroughly and carefully and make sure that all that you folks say that you're going to do gets done. I have a duty to the taxpayers and the electors of this county, and I feel that is my job. And an extra 30 days, I don't believe is going to be detrimental when it appears that you guys have been working on this since 2018.
No one said 30 days, and the hiring of an expert is well beyond what would happen in 30 days from personal experience, knowing how that goes. And that is what is a concern.
Okay.
And we would just like to know what information you need because you yourself said you read the document. We have not been asked any questions that we have not answered, and yet we're being told we haven't provided enough information. We feel that we need to know what it is you need to know if we're going to provide you the information you want, because we feel that we have done that to date. So we're
Ma'am,
happy to
but do
know
you
through
see
it.
that you don't see an issue with providing us with 100 pages of redacted wildlife information? The problem is you guys
No.
gave us the signature page.
I do
But
not.
do you take all the 100 pages of a document and throw it in the trash and go to the signature page and sign it?
I'm not sure what you're referencing, Commissioner.
Ma'am, this is
Yeah.
your lifestyle, or this is the wildlife study that was given to us, but most of it was redacted. It was blacked out.
Right. Those
All
were.
we have is a
Yeah.
congratulations from the North Dakota Be Legendary thing. That's in the book. So I read that.
Those were a subset that were provided. So he's
yeah,
going to take
so
it.
thank you. I think we'll let the board do what you think is necessary. I do just want to address that. I know this looks like it's huge. A lot of this in here, a third of it is just the individual maps for all the site plans. We did try to provide everything in the application that's required per the ordinance and for the board for you to review. There, at the planning and zoning, there was a request for additional information. That's what led to these redacted reports over the weekend. You know, our attorneys looked at stuff and redacted it. That's why we went out of our way to try to provide those unredacted here this week. So nothing to hide. We understand you have to follow your process and we'll respect that.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions, comments? Okay, at this point,
I have
we
a
have a
question with regards to timing,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman. I agree that this should not be onerous from a time perspective. I think that we should put a time limit on it out of respect if this motion is to pass. I would be curious with Bo if you would be willing to put some sort of time limit on it, because an unrestricted review of information just seems like it could go has the potential to go down a black hole.
Correct. So any thoughts from planning and zoning staff on, I have you dealt with third party information, dealing with this?
So we've definitely worked with third parties, like when we're adopting and creating ordinances, not in this specific circumstance, though, to where an item is in front of the board. However, yeah, I guess I would have maybe some of the same questions as far as the costs and the time frame, and then how do we obtain or find or send bids. I'm not sure of the process on that. I've never dealt with it on this side of things. So I guess I have some questions too on how to direct my staff and myself.
Yeah, my concern is your concern, Bo, is well understood. You're saying there's a lot of information here, and there is. My thought is that we can't put a unrestricted time burden on discovering what information which we have not defined that we want to define or that we want to find out. And so my concern is we have to have some kind of end game here, and it has to be clearly denoted. And
Steve, what
again, I think,
are you thinking just has to be done by the first meeting in February, first meeting in March? Well, what is that? What you're thinking? Something like that?
well, Bo mentioned 30 days, and so yeah, I mean, I think that's very respectful. 30 days.
So,
but to
technically,
say
according
6 months is.
Sorry, Steve, go ahead.
No, I'm good.
Technically, according to Robert's Rules of Order, a motion that laid on the table has to be brought up and then at the next regularly scheduled meeting or in 30 days. And if it is not brought before the board, then it would die. So technically it would have to be brought up and discussed in 30 days and dealt with again at then. So if we don't have the completion of our additional information, then it would remain on the table until we bring it back up and present the information.
So you're saying there's no end? I mean, we're not putting an end gate on the thing.
Well, I'm not trying to belabor this for months. I mean, I want to find additional information and answers to all the questions that are in here. So if we can start looking for a firm and visit with them and talk or get it over, and we get the information in 30 days and a report from them, great. If it takes us 60, but yes, I would like to have it done by the first meeting in March.
Okay, we have any other comments?
I came prepared to make a decision today.
Well, we have a motion to table a motion and a second to table this and seek outside counsel to answer questions. If there are no other comments, I will call for the vote.
Barry,
Yes. Yes.
No.
No.
Yes.
No.
Okay, motion failed. So we're looking for another motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to deny LU 0099-25 and subsequent CUP requests.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to state that I am a proponent of economic development, so my motion is not anti-economic development. I think that wind turbines, I'm not here to debate their efficacy. I think they're a visual blight on our North Dakota prairies. I question the return of investment on a wind farm. When we do energy generation in our county, we are approving a plot of land that might be 30, 40 acres. This is thousands of acres. And this is not one or two turbines. This is 67 turbines spread across 11 miles that will forever change the landscape. And I think if we were going to set up wind turbines just outside the city limits of Williston or run them through the city limits of Williston, we'd be having a whole different discussion. So we are making a decision to put these wind turbines in the backyards of people who choose to live in the country for a reason and want to live in the country for a reason and don't want this in their backyard. A lot of discussion on how many decibels there are from a wind turbine. This commission made a decision some years ago that moving forward, when there was a data center that would be built or created, that there would be a setback, a distance from that data center to residences because of the sound. We're not dealing with the sound issue with the wind turbines so much as we're dealing with the visual part of the wind turbines. And you're going to have a much, much longer setback if you don't want to look at a wind turbine in the morning or in the evening when the sun is rising or sun is setting. So that's just the rationale behind my motion this morning.
Okay, any other comments? No other comments?
I can see both sides of this, but I mean, I would agree with Commissioner Wallstead. It's a tough decision to make, but I feel we have a commitment to the land. We have a commitment to the folks that live there, and I understand those for the project are going to feel obviously like we're making the wrong decision. So it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
I would suggest that they followed all the rules that we've laid out. And this is in my mind, a property rights issue. And can't see a reason to deny the rights of those people to prosper from it.
And I guess I just all I want to add is I look out in the crowd and I see friends on both sides, and this is not a fun or easy decision for anybody up here. The there's I can see both sides of it, so that's all I have for comments. Barry, do you have anything?
Well, other than fact, I agree. I mean, I really think it gets back to private property rights. You know, when they were talking about who lives there and who don't. Well, the fact that you would have inherited or, you know, got land from a parent or a grandparent just because you don't live there doesn't mean that you're any less of a property owner. I mean, I just can't get past the feeling that we're penalizing them for not living in the country. You know what I don't know. This is a bit of a tough one.
It's a valid argument on both sides.
Okay, with that, everybody's made their comments. So the motion is to deny with support. Beth, roll call, please.
Steve,
No.
Corey,
No.
Bo,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Barry,
No.
Motion failed. Okay, we're right back to where we started again. So we're going to need another motion with support to move forward.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve LU 0099-25 with on it or with staff comments.
Do you want to include the other stuff that goes with it? Because there's two more variances that go with it.
Oh, the
Or
variances, yes.
three. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
let's do both. Let's do all three.
Okay, so there'll be you're doing four, correct? 9925, 10025, 10125, 10225.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay. Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I would second for more discussion.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Discussion's open.
My personal opinion is I don't think much at all of wind farms personally, but my personal opinion isn't what's that counts here. It's private property rights versus private property rights. Where does that end? And you know, years ago we were always trying to find that line in the sand, and it's right in everybody's atlas. It's at the property line. Whether, I mean, there's by far worse stuff that I believe to look at in the oil field than these wind turbines. The fact that I don't think they'll ever pay for themselves, but if you can get somebody to pay you money for the fact that the wind blows, more power to you.
Okay, any other comments? Steve, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I cannot, if we're pro energy, and I'm pro energy, all of the above. This is a good project. The other comment that I will make is that these decisions are hard. I heard everybody's comments. I appreciate everybody's comments. I really appreciate how respectful everybody was of each other, and that's important. But I just firmly believe that when we make these decisions, we have to make it for the whole, and not for the few. And this project stands to be good for a lot of different people. That's it.
So I just want to add that, provided this passes, I will definitely do everything that I know what to do with to make sure that Apex and its contractors and all the folks involved are a neighbor to everyone. The reports that I've heard from Bowman County are you're given a phone number and it's difficult to get a hold of anybody, or they send you to somebody else and they send you to somebody else and they move on and on and on and on. Get somebody in charge of each individual spot and make sure that they can be contacted and make sure that what the concern is handled. Because there's nothing more frustrating than here's a phone number, call this, and you get answering machines, or you get, well, sorry, we don't deal with that. Let's call somebody else. It's about being a good neighbor. If somebody calls you and they expect to be answered. If there's 15 semi loads of turbines in the middle of the road and I can't get my air drill to that quarter section over there, we've got a problem. So I expect folks that come into this county to do these kinds of projects to be good neighbors. Because if I have to be a neighbor, I might not like it, but I will. So that's what I expect. Provided this passes, that's for my chair, that's what I see my job is, make sure that that gets handled.
Yeah, and in no way am I here to question the integrity of Apex or any of its associates. I'm simply here on behalf of landowners, and this is not just a horizontal issue, this is a vertical issue. So it tends to be in your face a little bit more. Should this pass, I will fully support the decisions of this board.
Okay, any other comments? No? Beth, roll call.
Corey,
Yes.
Bo,
No.
Chris,
No.
Barry,
Yes.
Steve,
Yes.
Motion carried. Okay, we move on to item F. Beth, looks like you're up.
what I have before you today, commissioners, is we put out for bid that parcel that was in the city of Tioga that we did not sell at the tax foreclosure sale. And we received 2 bids. The papers are in your, are before you. And you'll notice the first one was from Arita Wood, and her proposal was $10,003. And the other one we got was from Tiffany Robach, and her offer was $18,000. Both of them put the required amount of money down, and we just need the commission to decide what proposal they want to accept and authorize the chairman to sign the offer to purchase and contract.
And you recommend?
I recommend the proposal from Tiffany Robach.
Thank you. What are the wishes?
I would make a motion to approve and have the chairman sign.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Bo,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Barry,
Yes.
Steve,
Yes.
Corey,
Yes. Motion carried.
Yeah, I should have done this before, but as part of this, can you also just authorize the chair to sign any other documents related to finalize this transaction too, please?
The one we just did?
Yeah.
He said, oh, other ones, just
Yeah,
not.
other ones, like there's the sales and purchase agreement and there's some other, the quick claim deed. So I should have done that before, but I didn't, so.
So who made the motion?
I did, and that would be just fine. with
Okay,
me.
and the second was Bo? Is that you?
I did.
Chris.
Yeah, I approve as well.
Okay, so we can add, authorize the chairman to sign the other documents too. Okay, thank you. Highway and engineering. Did you bring us cookies or anything?
Oh, brought lunch. We put out for RFQs for the 2-year 26 through 27. We have gotten one from Ackerman Espold, Civil Science, Interstate Engineering, Moore Engineering, Stantec, and 4 Dimensions. These are ones that we can go to if we so choose to get a consultant outside of something that comes up or a project or anything. These are the ones we can choose from if so approved.
Okay, does that make sense, guys? That's kind of like when we do the gravel, right? We just approve everybody and
Yep.
trucking.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. Then we have the group to choose from.
All right. Can we get a motion?
I would move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call.
Chris,
Yes.
Barry,
Yes.
Steve,
Yes.
Corey,
Yes.
Bo,
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Dennis. I see we're down to Helen. I believe we should take a 2-hour recess and come back. No, please not. Come on down, Helen.
do you want me to take my stuff off there, Helen? No, I'll go over here.
I can hold down a button for a little bit here. All right, you'll see before you the staffing report. We're looking for permission to fill one open position. We did receive a retirement notice from Wayne Crow in the engineering department, so permission to seek a replacement for that. We will be looking for a PE, a professional engineer. We also have an EIT, an engineer in training position that we'll attempt to recruit in 26 as well.
Okay, what are the wishes?
I'd move to approve the position.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call.
Barry,
Yes.
Steve,
Yes.
Corey,
Yes.
Bo,
Yes.
Chris.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, then just 2 agreements that I need permission to have the chairman sign. The first is a budgeted item for dispatch. It's with Voice Products. It's the company that we use to purchase and maintain our logging and recording equipment. Again, it's the same amount that we budgeted in 26, so right in line with what we planned. And then the other comes from the Adolescent Care Center. It relates to state requirements for the shelter care that we provide for youth there. And so this is just a procedural document. Karen has reviewed it. Of course, state lawyers have as well. So we just need your permission for the chairman to sign both of them.
Okay, any questions on those? What are the wishes?
Make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
A second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Chris, did you second it?
I did. Yes.
Okay. Steve,
Yes.
Corey,
Yes.
Bo,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Barry.
Yes.
Motion carried.
I do have one other document in front of me. The joint meeting of the health board. Corey does need to sign that as our representative. And since we're here and I have it in front of me, if you want to give permission for that as well, I'll have Corey sign it.
I'd move to authorize chairman to sign.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call.
Corey,
Yes.
Bo,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Barry,
Yes.
Steve.
Yes.
Motion carried.
That's all I have.
That's
Thank
it?
you.
All right. We are adjourned. 12:17.